Peace to the room. Peace, Dewan. Hey, are you here? Let's see. Let's see about this. Look, I had this thought about cis is a slur, and I don't know. I don't. I don't know how you feel about the word cis, but
I hate it.
I but like when I first heard the word, like I thought they meant like sissy. Like it was weird because sis, I don't know. I guess I just don't even use it in my everyday vernacular, like when I'm talking about black women anyway. So I'm just a little bit removed from that. But I,
I said before, I told someone that called me gender. I said, "Look, you call me cisgender, and I'm gonna call you a sissy." Now,
I'm
how
sick.
do you want this? And they were mad. You can't call me that. Well, you can't call me cisgender, but call me cisgender and watch me.
Well, I'm saying right because it, well, I guess that's my thought tonight. My thought is that the original people should not have to hyphenate anything. I am a woman, you are a man, and everybody outside of those categories, people who want to be identified as other, those are the people who should get the new names. Those are the people who should be hyphenated. Those are the people who should be uncomfortably existing inside of these normal definitions because they are self-identifiably not normal, right? They're saying I'm not you, Dewan. I was born a man with two balls and a penis, but I don't want it. I just please take it away from me. I'd rather have some ovaries and, you know, some mammary glands. But I guess then they'll start to say things like, well, men do have mammary glands, or I don't know. I posted something in the Jumbotron about how you don't have to have ovaries or uterus to breastfeed. And I don't know. I mean, if men can produce breast milk, there's got to be a reason why y'all don't have titties in general. Like, Dewan, please help me out. Like, even bigger guys are not out here trying to breastfeed their babies, right? Like, that's not a thing.
Yeah, that it's like when it comes to these people, I say, look, the only road to acceptance is through yourself. You know, and it's just a lot of people who don't want to accept themselves. But the issue is, and that's fine. Like we all on different levels don't accept parts about ourselves. I get it. Where the line gets drawn with me is now you're changing the way I speak, and you're trying to relabel me. You know, power is needless. And you ain't gonna name me. I ain't gonna let nobody be powerful over me. Not like that. Not especially if you like just because you decide.
Damn, you kind of cutting out for me. I don't know if you're cutting out for the whole room. Davy, can you hear me? Mikey, can you hear me? Can one of
Out
y'all
of the
throw
house.
me oh, there you
Just
are.
because
You
you
came back.
decide to nip and slip, it doesn't make you a superhuman. And they trying to get superhuman status, and that's the problem.
They are trying to get superhuman status, right? Like, but it's the acceptance of it all, Dewan. Like, I'm there with you. And maybe it was I've seen too many uh Dave Chappelle stand-ups where he's talking or going in on the teas that I really resonated with his verbiage about that group of people. But if you don't accept you, why should I have to? I Nobody's been able to answer that for me. And I find that it's not fair. It's not fair for you to invite me into your insanity because, well, the majority of us are not insane. But if we just accept your definition of what's normal and what's real, then we will be insane. We will actually be screwing ourselves out of existence because a lot of this stuff is asexual. It's not life creating. It's very much a dormant, no, not dormant, it's a stagnant situation. So, but you're telling me you're out here, you want to breastfeed and you want to have a period and you, come on. What type of person would take something that would make them have psychological issues? Because women, when we PMS and post PMS and all that stuff, that's all mental. It's not all mental. There are physical things that affect us, but a lot of that is the mood swings and the ups and downs. And you're telling me that there's biological men out here taking hormones so that they can go through those ups and downs. I just don't get it.
These are people that shows you how people humans can mind fuck themselves. They'll rather go all the way down and around the corner than to face themselves, you know. And what makes it me like what makes me want to have this conversation is, you know, you see this when they talk about the suicide rate within that community. That's not on us. That's on you. Suicide is like, when you commit suicide. That's your commitment, not mine. That's why they call it commit. You chose to commit to that, and you committed to that because of an internal issue that your perception of the outside world. Because we all get darts thrown at us every day from the outside world. None of us, like, if you're an American, part of the American society, no matter what color you are, is to make you feel like you need something. That's how capitalism works. It has to make people feel deficient to need things that they otherwise wouldn't need if they felt all the way secure. So everybody feels insecure on some in some way, shape, or form, and that's literally by design. So since people feel that way, you like just like for some people, their issues lead them towards being, you know, sexually promiscuous to where they can't keep their family together. You know what I mean? That's how it plays out for some people. It plays out for other people in getting a vice, a drug, or something like that. And some people it plays out through their sexual behavior and other things too. All of it comes back to the same root, and that's acceptance of self. And that's a conversation that, like, I've noticed, like, I backed off on talking about this whole cis and gay conversation and all that stuff because it's like, for what? You know, if they're not ready to hear it, because when a straight man talks, it's the same reason why I backed off. I don't really talk about, you know, what women need to do too much, because, you know, most women can't hear what a man has to say at this point, you know, the 85%. And, you know, that's something that women gonna have to handle internally, while men, because we have a whole bunch of shit we need to get together as straight men. So I back off kind of telling like other people kind of what to do, and really with them, with the trans folks and these people, because I have 20 plus years working with kids. I have kids that have transitioned that I worked with, you know, all kind of gay kids and kids who were molested. I've dealt with all that shit for decades, and all that stuff. Every single time, every hundred, like almost, I want to say almost 100% of the time. I can't think of one time it didn't happen, but in my experience, 100% of the time, it was born out of some kind of trauma, and you got to be willing to face that trauma. But sometimes these people have trauma so deep, they 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 can't face it, so they willing to fucking take a goddamn pill to get a voluntary period. What the f is wrong with these dudes? And that shows you something's really wrong with you when you want to take pills to get that. As a man, I'm glad I ain't got to bleed like a woman. Women be like, you don't know how it feels to be a woman. I be like, you know what? You goddamn right. And I don't want to either. You know, and so if
Come on. Look, I have this conversation often, especially when there's a new mommy in my family or and my friends or whatever. But the pain of labor, I don't know what this phenomena is, but we women, we kind of forget. And I'm not saying we like forget that it was painful, but we kind of forget. And maybe there's a lot more women who are taking drugs, or not like they're taking drugs, but you know, they get the epidural or they're under the guidance of the medical professions, you know, so they're not necessarily feeling it, but I've done it both ways. I've had the epidural and I've also done it natural, and I can't tell you what it feels like, but I know that that was the most painful experience of my life. Like, I can't tell you what it feels like. I don't remember. It's wild, but I can tell you that I know that it was painful because of like what I said. And you know, people taking video now, I think that that is wonderful because you might not remember exactly what types of ups and downs you were having or even your emotional state. But again, it's just like women, we I think we're supposed to kind of forget that pain because we're supposed to be making babies. So while it might not be the most pleasurable experience at the the fruit bearing part of it. You know, it's something that needs to happen so that we can populate the world. And then you've got men out here who want to
I don't get it.
replicate
Like,
the pain. I don't
no, like that's how you know it's some kind of sick, twisted, demented thing. Because as a man, it's two injuries that's gonna hurt us the most. From playing, like me, I played basketball, did a drop step and kind of partially tore a back muscle. That was kind of fucked up. And then when we get our balls brushed up against, that hurt. Like that's the most pain we gonna deal with. We ain't even gotta get them punched. Just a slight brush. That's all it takes, and your stomach gets fucked up for like 10 minutes, maybe 9. And I like it like that. That's all the damn pain I want. I don't want no more pain than getting my balls brushed up against, and that's the most pain I'm willing to take as a man.
the shit is wild to me. We're in a day and age where mental illness is supposed to be wildly accepted. And what I'm saying to the mentally ill community, because I feel like all of us dealing inside of racism, white supremacy, we're all a little crazy. We're all a little fucked up, and we're all dealing with it in different ways. Some of us a lot better than others, but until we've defeated the problem. You know, I think we're all kind of dealing with the crazy, but this specific crazy, this trans crazy, I think it's body dysmorphia. And I don't know when we moved away from diagnosing and calling things what they were to making it so that everybody accepts it and wants to be a part of. And I'm not saying that people want to be a part of, I'm saying they want us to accept it and want to be a part of. You can see it in the makeup industry, you know, women looking like men trying to look like women. I've never been a chick who wears a lot of makeup, but I do. I mean, I can wear makeup, but when I do wear it, it's, you know, I'm not trying to do all of that. And I know you know what I mean. Like it's a whole look out here where these women are looking like these men trying to look like these women, and I don't know which one is which. And did you do it to yourself, black women? Like, come on. At some point we got to take off all that shit, you know, and just and be us. Like, aren't you cool with you? But no, maybe you've got body dysmorphia, and that maybe that's the reason that you're out here accepting these niggas who've chopped their balls off. Like, that hurts me. Like, that's painful to me. But I'm not even the one who experienced it. So if you're telling me that to brush up against it is not a nice feeling, you know, and that, you know what I mean, because I guess the other side would be a nice feeling. But you know, if that's a place that's very sensitive, you went and chopped it off. I don't even know, Dewan. We accepted that as it's cool that you don't want your penis anymore. That should have never been a conversation that ever was had ever. It should have been, what's wrong and why don't you want it anymore? Like, is it because you don't have power in this country? You feel like you're powerless and you just can't take it anymore, so you would rather emulate this symptom than try to conquer it? Because that, I can get that. I understand. I mean, do I understand it? I guess I understand that trauma a little bit more than you just telling me you want to be
Hey,
a female.
hey, real quick, in some ways, a lot of times y'all niggas always just want to imitate white folks. Let me tell you what it is for white men. For white men, it's power. You know, affirmative action hit, and you got the loser ass white men that couldn't make it in a white society. They always coming in ninth or tenth when it comes to white folks. So they said, "Fuck it, I'm gonna become a woman." And because think about the only people who have the power to change the way we speak, change language, change bathrooms is white men. We always gotta remember that. And the white go back to who runs this country, the Anglo-Saxon white supremacist male, and then white gay dudes. They were able to amass wealth at the same rate as white straight dudes. Straight dudes. So they got the same wealth as the straight ones. Hell, oftentimes more. And so they get to play these big bank, take little bank games with us. And so for them, the losers amongst that society, now they get to go ahead and play women's sports. Now they get to be secretaries and take all the women's jobs because now they're that now is white men being able to claim minority status. That's what this game is. Everybody else, then what them powerful white men made it easy for now. Them powerful. It takes wealthy white men to get states to pay. California's trying to pay for this dick off surgery. You dig? It takes wealthy white men to get a state to pay for your dick to get chopped off. Ain't no trans community powerful enough for that shit. I don't give a fuck what your thing is. Take rich white men to get that done. And so They doing this stuff for them and they people and these folks that they like playing these Greco-Roman games with, and they're making it easy on everyone else. And so everyone else is just falling in line because these motherfuckers don't know what the hell they want. The media is pushing people
That's a
that
hell
way.
of a point.
You
Oh,
know,
I'm sorry. I thought you cut out a little bit. Go ahead.
okay, I'm not saying, but I'm real quick. I'm saying, but since the media is pushing everybody that way, now everyone's finding their own convenient excuse to go to the front of the line because they were in the back of the line as men. So now they want to go to the front of the line in the civil rights side of the game.
That's real talk. That's real talk. I think about the Titanic, right? And how if there were body dysmorphic people on there, they was trying to get in the boats with the women and children, and they weren't trying to go down with the ship. Not saying that they had to go down with the ship that wasn't theirs, but come on, man, like the women and children, don't they matter? Okay, don't we matter? I think we do matter. Okay, I'm gonna stop for a second. Peace, Twiz. Cis is a slur. Biology matters, right? Or am I wrong? You cool with being a cis
I'm
male?
100% cool
That
with
how
being
you
a
call
cis
it?
male.
Really? You cool
I'm
with me?
100% cool being straight. Yes, I am
No, I'm
because I
not.
love women like you. I
But look,
love
okay,
beautiful women. Go ahead.
do love women, but no homo. Pause. I'm saying you want to be identified as a cis male, or you would rather be identified as a male, and all of these other people with their confusion, they should be renamed and labeled, or should everybody just be who they are? If you a man that likes dick, then you just a man that likes dick. If you a man that wants to chop off your dick and likes dick, then you're just a man who chopped off your dick that likes dick. Like I'm there, I would rather just call things what they are, especially when you have minis out here and you see people out in public and your daughter says that's a man. Well, yes it is, that is a man. And if it's not a man, say I dare you to say something to me. I will be that person on the news. I feel like that's why they don't try me. Nobody ever tries me, Twiz, and I don't think it's because I'm, this person that's all big and bad out here. I just feel like they respect my energy. The children ask questions and I answer them unapologetically, and I don't care who's around. I really don't. When we were at, I know this is an aside, but when we were at the reparations task force meeting and my daughter said, "Why is that white woman here?" I was like, that's a hell of a question. Like, why is that white woman here? But no, we have overseers, and this is where we are. We're talking about our money, and they can't handle it. So they got to be included and try to. Okay. Anyway, Twiz, my point. How do you want to be labeled, sir?
I was about to talk about stuff, but I kind of got threw off by your dialogue. It was so
I'm
deep and
sorry.
intellectual. So I'm gonna start it all over by saying, D Beezy, what's heezy, man? You understand me? What's up with the room? FBA Empress, you know what I mean? My sister Shantae, my nigga Davey. How everybody doing? Great Black Shark. What's up with everybody? Um, Man, that was deep, and it's crazy because how society got it right now. Society got it right now to where people can't even think for themselves. So therefore, if you want to identify yourself as one thing, they gonna come try to tell you you're something else. I wanted to touch on the mental health aspect of things. I want to touch on that because this is what I deal with every day in my new career, my new environment, as I go driving for dollars, as we say in the real estate thing. I get up early in the morning. I get up when the sun rises out here in California between 4:45 and 5 a.m. And as I'm driving, I see so many people on the streets lost, walking around like zombies, eyes bloodshot red. It's freezing cold. They walking around with no suit, no shoes on, no socks, no nothing. And this shit just really hits me. Not as I'm driving, I say to myself, this can't be a coincidence. You know? So when I get in my car in the morning, I see all kind of shit on my windshield, like little red spots and stuff like that. So I say to myself, what the hell is wrong with people? You know? This mental health thing is really serious, dude. They're spraying shit in the air. Not only that, they putting shit in the food that's fucking people's minds up. That's why people don't know if they want to be, like you say, cis. They don't know if they want to be straight. They don't know if they want to be identified as a feline. They don't want to, know if they want to be identified as a canine or a marsupial or anything. They're lost right now, and they're just
You
looking
just
for
say feline, nigga.
identification. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
You just
They
say
just looking.
feline, nigga.
I said a feline or a canine. They don't know what the fuck they want to be. They lost right now. I seen some shit on the internet, dude, where this woman took her fucking lizard swimming, bro. She took her lizard to a day in the park where she took this motherfucker swimming, and then she sat him on the rock in the sun in the park and fed this motherfucker worms, dude. She in a relationship with a fucking gecko. Come on now, bro. Mental illness is real right now. Mental health is real right now, and we really need to pay attention to this shit because it's this shit ain't a coincidence. It's the food that they're giving us. You know, it's some of the drink that they're giving us is a weed heads like me. It's in some of the weed that they put and see what they do. They see what the it is. You know, they see what the thing is. And whatever the fad is that people on, whether it's alcohol or whether it's recreational, whatever, that's what they try to get in, and they try to institute their shit into that. You know, now like I said, all these names they want to call people, it kind of remind me of the weed game. When my time, it was either endo, aldo, or dank weed. Nowadays in the weed game, man, you got more motherfucking weed than motherfucking TV shows now. You know, you got Purple Kush, you got Granddaddy, you got Monster Killer, you got Russ. I mean, come on, goddamn, what's what? You know what I mean? Just give me some shit that's stink, that's sticky, and is condensed. You know what I mean? That's what I want. But that's how it is nowadays, man. So I say what we have to stick with, we have to stick with our roots. We have to stick with our foundation. Too Short had a song that said, if my ego trip and my head is fucked, I take my ass back to where I grew up and get real. That's what we got to do, y'all. Whenever we get lost and confused, we come back to our roots where we started from. And that's what we need to stick with. And that's the beautiful thing about being black. Because no matter what, wherever we get lost, we can always go back home, and home is always gonna remind you who the fuck you is, whether you're good or bad. You know what I'm saying? I dropped my mic on that. At ADV, when I come to LA, we smoking, man. On the real.
Yes, sir. I'm be up your way. I'm be up in Napa this weekend for that Blue Note Jazz Festival, Robert Glasper. I'll be up there all week.
All good, man. We gonna fuck with it. You know what I'm saying?
That's what's up. That's what's up. Twiz, take it back to our roots. All of this, I mean, I guess these thoughts that I'm having today were refueled by the whole Jess Hilarious situation. So I do have some thoughts about that in a moment. But what you just said reminded me about our roots and Sojourner Truth, right? People know her because she's an ancestor. She's also, they like to use her for feminism and womanism and stuff. And I personally don't think that she was a feminist, and I don't think she was a womanist. I don't think that at all. I think that they used her words and then have people use our argument, they cherry pick it, like how white women are using Tupac's song about abortion and how you can't tell a woman what to do with her, but like, come on, he did not make that song for you. Like, what are you doing? Okay, but it's out there. Sojourner Truth, in one rendition of Ain't I a Woman, she says that what did she say? She said, if the first woman God ever made was strong enough to turn the world upside down all alone, these women together ought to be able to turn it back and get it right side up again. And I think I think that's now. I think that Black women have to say, all right, we fucked up. Not me. I didn't fuck up because I don't think I've ever accepted gay men really or trans people really as much as, if you've never wronged me, I think we're cool, maybe. But then I start thinking about how you think about life and then what you might be voting on. And then I think you might have harmed me. And I just didn't know. I was hella green out here. So I got a big heart. But, I think that your enemy is the people that you don't see coming. Those are the people that are close to you. So everybody got to, watch your environment and your surroundings and the people that are around you. But I think that Black women did this to ourselves, and then we're kind of asking everybody to help us out of it. But really, we need to we need to do it ourselves. Like, these men are comfortable around us being these transformers and cosplaying, and you're cool with it because he can do your makeup. Like, we're really talented. I'm not saying there can't be men out here who can do makeup and hair. I'm just saying that maybe you should respect who you are as a woman, and then, they can identify as something else. Like, you can't give them your womanhood, because if you do, then you're in a situation like Jess Hilarious, who was a very big supporter of that community, and then they are shitting on her heavy. but it's on some shit where she can't claim periods and she can't claim. What do you mean she can't claim periods? She has a uterus. You do not. You can't claim periods. You don't have one of those things. Okay. All right. I'm sorry. Miriam, I know I've been going on for a minute and your hand is probably tired. Pieces. Pieces.
Peace,
SIS,
beloved.
sis, not CIS,
That's
sis.
right. I know. Sisters and sister.
Yeah.
Indeed. None of us as human beings better agree with the word CI, whatever. These people and their million and one acronyms that they come together with. I don't knock anyone for their sexual preference. If you're a freak from kingdom freakdom, that's on you. But we're sick of hearing about what you want to do, how you want to do it, be it heterosexual or other. Keep that shit in your bedroom. It's called
Thank you.
decency.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Thank you. I don't care if you are straight or if you're gay. I don't want my kids seeing you tongue each other down at the grocery store. But if we're being
Yes,
honest, I
Lord.
never see straight couples do that. It's only gay couples that are doing this real extra PDA. Like I
Yes.
don't know what that's about. You know, to me, it's kind of rapey. Like y'all are gonna accept me and my woman, or y'all are gonna
Yeah,
accept me and my nigga. Like,
it's
nah, okay,
sick. It's
where we
sick.
at, food
Yeah.
line? Why are y'all
The over
doing that by the cucumbers? Like, now I can't eat salads all week. I don't like that.
Get your mind out the gutter.
I'm just saying,
I,
Twiz. They
hey,
they setting it all up, and
baby,
it's like,
please.
hold up, and my daughters, they be like, they gay, and I'm like, yeah, they are. And,
Lord,
okay,
yeah, I'm sorry you had to see that, baby. You can't
but go ahead.
even, I mean, something as simple as going to the grocery store, going to the movie. They got to have their hands in each other's pocket and forget squeezing, like actually past the underwear. I'm like, y'all just have to do everything times 10. You just so over animated and so extra. You so fucking starved for attention because you hate who the hell you are. You running from who the hell you are, and then you think you in this alternate universe where you're the damn star, and oh, you're gonna love me, you love me, I know you love me, I said and I say so, and you're gonna accept it. I get to define who you are as a human being, your very existence, your very core. Well, no, the hell you don't. Pump your brakes. Pump your ran over ass size 15 stilettos. Pump all that weird shit that you do, your raggedy ass lace front. Pump all your plastic parts. Pump all your interchangeable parts like you're a fucking race car and you're getting a new tire somewhere where it don't belong. I'm gonna tell you, since Katenji Brown could not describe or did not want to define what is a woman, first and foremost, our very core is our DNA, and we have more DNA dealing with the chromosome of X. When my father shot out an X sperm to meet my mother's X egg, that made me female. Now, if it was an XY, then you would be male. Okay? DNA says so, science says so, nature says so, God says so, my parents said so, when I was born, my own self said so. Now, I was born biologically, not only just from the chromosomes, but by the organs in which I was created to be. Then from there, my psyche, my heart, my breath that I breathe, everything was feminine. Then from there, I go through life and have life experience from being a baby or infant to a toddler to a kid to a preteen to a teenager to a young adult to a full blown woman. And in those life experience, starting back from whatever a young woman receives her cycle, there it is. And then the parts that made me feminine, which is my ovaries, my fallopian tubes, and my vagina. Not a single power that is called the vagina. Okay? Then You take on the way I move, the way I sway my hips. I am negative in as far as what you call metaphysics because I gravitate towards the gravity of the moon, which also plays a role in my cycle. Okay, man is positive. Man have a speck of sunlight in his semen or sperm, so that's why he gravitates with the sun. We are material. Man brings or pour out material. So one eels and one shapes and bring it forth. There's no one without the other. But we're not going to get confused and start believing and thinking that we're supposed to take on each other roles because everything in nature is a up, a down, a in, a out, a sideways, a over, a under, negative, positive, light, dark, you know, male and female. We can respect each other's genders. We can even nurture and help to each other's genders across. But what we're not going to do is have dysphoria of the brain, let alone the body, talking about I'm what you are and you're what I am. We can never be that. You can never be me. No matter how much operations, no matter what you drill in your brain, no matter what trauma you've been through mentally, emotionally, physically, spiritually, nothing will make you be what you were not created to be from the start of the omen of the sperm and the egg. So enough with dealing with these people. And I call it a mental illness or damn, just downright don't want to cut it and be what you were meant to be in this society. And as the brother said, white males in society can choose to play these games. Matter of fact, we're dealing with their bestiality, homosexuality, way of nature. All races do have homosexuality in it, but no one is the king and queen like they are. When you get to dealing with DNA and you get to dealing with what is truly in a person, we do not have rhesus or Neanderthal DNA in us. They do. So they are prone to bestiality. That's why they are born. Over 20 to 30% of them are born with a tail at birth. I kid you not. It's removed. I'm in healthcare. I've
100. She
also
100% correct. You're right.
done research extensively. My mom even had a neighbor who they did not remove because my mom is 91 years old. Praise God, still here with us. She had a neighbor who had a tail, and the little boy was so damn hairy, and they were like, he used to just gruff and stuff, and they would be playing, and he'd be hanging from the trees and stuff. And her mom said, "Baby, keep it going. We don't mess with white folks, let alone those kind. They do. They've done the most inbreeding of any other nationality on the planet or ethnic group on the planet. They are cavemen, okay, first and foremost. And yes, their genetics come out of the Caucasus Mountains. So they are the youngest breed of mankind on the planet. We're all human beings. No, the fuck we ain't. If you are not a Negroid, DNA or lineage, you tend to move away from the human spectrum. It is what it is. You are the recessive gene. See, this may hurt, but they know this is all true in reality. They just don't want us knowing it. Baby, I love science of all sorts. Straight A's in college. Just letting y'all know. Love it. So when they get to coming around here talking all that bull crap, them with their long, flat foreheads, if you shave a chimpanzee, they look just like it. That's why it's illegal to shave one. It looks just like an old white man or a white man. But they wanted to put that dysphoria, that um,
You need to
projection on
chill,
us.
chill, 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 chill.
On us.
DB, let her flow. She was flowing. B, let her go.
Yeah, she
They
said
they
it's illegal to shave a chimp,
projection
and
on
I'm
us.
trying to figure out where is niggas getting chimps that they
Yes,
can
let her
shave them.
flow, DB. Man, she is flowing like a river.
No,
Let her go.
no. Look it up. Even in when they first had was starting to put chimpanzees in the zoos, one of their workers shaved one. And he was like, "Oh my God, it's the spitting image of my grandfather." And so they told him, "Well, don't you go around shaving."
Miriam,
But they had
Miriam,
Hey,
when you
they had
DB,
finish,
to find
when you land,
to
when you
do
DB,
land.
it.
remember that old school wrestler George the Animal Steel? Remember him? Straight chimpanzee, a straight
Yeah, yeah, all the
chimpanzee.
hair. Yep, yep, yep,
Yes,
yep.
but remember,
Miriam,
y'all. Remember what
when
Dick
you
Gregory
finish your
said.
point,
Go ahead.
please
I'm
post
sorry.
that in the
I'm
jumbo
Okay,
sorry.
for
Go
me.
ahead.
okay, I'm gonna make my point and land. But
I
it's
was like,
just so
when you land though, please, if you don't mind, find that and post that in the jumbo for me. I think the family would enjoy looking at the evidence. And Twiz, if you can, the person you just said, if you can give me a picture, post in the
it's
jumbo. While
actually on my timeline, Eve. I don't know how to post stuff in the jumbo time, but it's actually on my
well, send it
timeline.
to me and
You'll see it.
I'll post it for me.
Okay.
I'll post it. But go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah, it's just so crazy. And they was doing all this hatred towards us because it's a self hate that they inflict upon us because they're angry because man, we are human beings and they are mankind. Don't get mad at me. One of their scientists or astronauts said one giant leap for man. Well, what is it? Step for man and a giant leap for mankind. Ask yourself, what is a mankind? They are a kind of man. Okay? This is their wordology. And if you like words and things of nature like I do, I break things down to the root because they often use their language also to screw us over. But who is the smoothest wordologist there is? We are. We create language where there is none. We take something and make it mean a million different things and have emotion and overtones and everything to it. That's why the the world moves to our beat, and they're doing what they can do to make us the underclass because they have no other choice but to do so. And so the main tack, like Dr. Francis Quest Welsing said, that they was going to attack the black man penis because they are inferior of it, and that means to feminize our men and to masculinize our women. And enough is enough because YC sisters like yourself, Sister Eve, Nikki the God, and others, we know better and we do better because we chose to educate ourselves and we chose to stay in our femininity, our feminine right, not be a feminist, which goes against everything that is family and especially that which is black. We know to respect our men. We know to love and nurture our men and our daughters. Never, never take on anything or from the words of what a white woman tell you because you have to understand that she is the feminine aspect of white supremacy. So nothing comes out of her mouth either that is good. They come with a smile and like they're cool and oh I love this and that all the time. They steal everything. I can't go in a grocery store. If I pick out a combination or something, these heifers be hanging back to steal it. I could be acting like I'm leaving it. I turn my head, the bitch picking everything I picked. I mean, it's that serious. And then I seen a young man earlier today on my way to work. Why this young, full beard, nice haircut, waves, sideburns, and everything. I was looking down. And I seen his face first. Then I seen his whole get up. This motherfucker had on house shoes, fluffy ones, like these ghetto chicks be wearing, like the nasty Sukiana and dirty red, sexy red, dirty ass bitch, dirty red, nasty crunchy monster crotch whores. Um, was wearing. He had on a whole little gutter chick outfit. I was like, oh my lord, I wanted to pull down my window so bad and say, nigga, what the fuck is wrong with you?
But see,
But I was,
Miriam, that's the
headed
thing.
to work.
That's the thing, though. Like, that's the problem. Y'all are out here imitating the worst and lowest of the black woman. And I don't appreciate any of that. Like, you're not out here trying to be Felicia Rashad. You out here trying to be Sukihana. Like, what the hell is that about? And then the black women who accept it, like, do y'all really think that low of yourself, that you're accepting this version of a cosplay? Like, again, if I guess I wouldn't be as mad, Miriam, if if they weren't out here trying to be anything slash woman or female, you know, like, and then because it's real easy to just erase or cross out the hyphenated part, and then you out here trying to be me, and then people out here call trans people whatever gender. Like when people say T.S. Giselle is, they call it her or she, that bothers me because it's not a she or her, it's a him. But if he doesn't want to be him, okay, now you a it. But you was a him, and I'm sorry that you don't want to be him no more. But like, why can't we go to that? Why can't we fix you? Like, okay, maybe you don't want to be fixed, but that just means that you gotta accept my identification of you because it's not fair you trying to be me. That's not fair. I'm
Exactly.
sorry. I'm gonna let you land. Go ahead.
Exactly. No, exactly. I agree. That what is wrong with you that you are so in your head and so despise what you are, or there's no trauma on the planet, I'm sorry, that could drive me to remove my breasts and to remove my feminine parts and have something constructed on me, especially you have to do maintenance on this motherfucker more than you do on a car in order for them to have moisture, in order for them to remain open. And it's very painful. This is very sick. And I've had conversations with some gay guys, and they was like, you really must love that nigga if a nigga, if you bending over and receiving it from behind, you must really, if you're a bottom bitch, you must really love a nigga because that shit is painful. I don't care how many times you have it. It is not wonderful. So these people are just sick and deviant and demonic, love pain and everything else. I'm just saying, this came from the mouth of other gay men. Okay, so but when you get into trans, I don't respect them, because they're a whole nother level of a twisted aspect of what a gay person is. And then they attack heterosexual, both men and women. And then they want to totally erase us out. And that's why I did my little thing, that everything that makes me a woman. And then you reverse it of everything what makes a man a man. These he, she's, dildo carrying club ass lesbians. They get on my nerves too, disrespecting men and acting like they're men. Now, don't get your whole spine knocked out of place running up on these men trying to fight them before they realize what the hell you are. It's too late. They done knock your damn lights out. You know, running around here with all that, wishing they had balls. Just like it hurts us extremely to get bumped on our breast or hit in our ovaries or womb. Imagine what that feels like to a man's, you know, scrotum or nutsack. That is very painful for them. I bumped my vagina once riding a 10 speed. Shouldn't have got on my brother's bike. And that shit burnt and sting and it hurt and I felt it in the bottom of my stomach. But they feel that 10 times and it travels all the way up. I almost ground their hearts, I've heard. So a man could tell you that experience for themselves. And I used to do this joke and I always ask a man, now when you use the toilet and you have to take a dump, right? If you're not holding it, do crap get on your balls? I came up with that joke in the seventh grade. Sorry, I just had to say it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I know, right? But the disrespect, like they wouldn't want to have a pad. We wouldn't want their balls, and they wouldn't want to have to use our pads. Okay, period. So let's respect each other in that space. And these sick, demonic son of a so and so's think that they have the right to tell us who and what we are as a woman. Think that they got the right to define it. Huh. You will never get that right. And I don't give a damn how you feel, how you pout your lip. I guess it's gonna always be us against them and the heterosexual against them. And we don't want to make it about gender wars. But they have, because they're trying to change, make the whole goddamn sky, which is usually blue until it's night, you see exactly what space is. But that's just like saying, if I'm born black, I could change my color. No, yeah, after years of bleaching yourself, you could change that, but you still were born black. To all you cake soap using motherfuckers, these tethers really got it bad, putting their mouths in business. You know what I'm saying? Especially our business. You don't speak for us because y'all have homosexuality running rapid in Africa and steady being, because you got all these different perverted colonizers coming there, flipping and turning you out, even claiming to be home gay for money. That's just like a motherfucker here in the United Snakes of America being gay for pay. Y'all heard of that shit before, boy. Tinder, I ain't never was on Tinder, but I used to hear the horror stories of Tinder. Never know what you get. But it's just ridiculous out here. And enough is enough because it's people what they want and what they desire over what is truly right, what is natural, what is nature, what is right, what is wrong. And things are right for and wrong for a reason. And anybody can argue to the
Um, I can't hear her anymore.
I can't hear her either.
Okay. All right. Well, when she comes back, she can land. Sir Great Black Shark, welcome. Your hand's been up for a minute. Are you still with us?
Salute to you, Sister Eve, Dwan B, and everybody. Is the sister still speaking there? I can see her mic moving, but I can't hear her.
Well, on mine, her mic
Can
is
y'all hear
muted
me
now.
now?
Mary, are you there? All right. Yeah.
Okay, there she go. Let
Okay.
me let the sister finish her
Oh,
point.
thank
Go
you. I
ahead
don't
and
know
talk.
where I had left off at. I was just saying that they could never make something be what it's not, and they can never make right is wrong and wrong is right because that is it just goes against the laws of principle. And as Brother Dewan B in one of his other programs the other night did some of the laws uh of the principle laws of principle, and gender is one. You cannot make something be what it's not. You are only going to be what you are born as, deep down in your DNA. You could change documents, you could change all your outside parts, but it will, forever be what you were born to be, and you are not us, and so therefore you can never define us. So stop it, and we're going to always stand up and do what's right because we got to teach our youth, and we know when any society begin to fall, it just goes to shit in the basket. And pedophilia and perverted sex is the first thing that runs rampant and mess up the headspace of most people. But we that is used to being grown and dealing with sex and the proper form in which it is and what it was invented for, both pleasure and life. We know better, and we got to fight against these eugenics and their white supremacist propaganda that they are pushing. And brother was right. They put it in the food, the water, the air, and everything. But explain why some of us it haven't affect most of us. So I think that's just a cop out for motherfuckers to be something that they ain't because they can't cut it in real life and reality. And I'll yield my time. Hey brother, Black Shark. Hey brother Dewan. Love you, family. Peace.
Miriam, you had excellent points. I'm not even going to sit here and act like you didn't just light the room on fire and then, try to, well, okay. Real quick, just for the room. Cis is short for cisgender, which is a term used to describe a person whose gender identity is the same as the gender assigned to them at birth. So there's all sorts of issues there because they're talking about assigned, like I had a choice, or like there is a choice, like you can be born and then you can just choose whatever box. That's not real. You were born a boy, male, you were born a female, girl, and then you grow up to be a man or a woman. And the reason I just point that out real quick is because in my comments, there's a person who said cis means that you're a woman who loves on men. And I'm like, this is the problem with new words because people can't even come to the same conclusions about what this shit means. Like, so we need to just get back to the basics so I can appreciate what Sister Miriam was talking about. As above, so below. Keep it simple, stupid. Like, people just want to make things complicated. That is racism, white supremacy. The shit is confusion. So don't get confused. Don't be confused out here, especially when you have opportunities to be in spaces like this. All right. Peace, Sir Great Black Shark. Welcome up. Cis is a slur, or is it? Does biology matter?
Peace, Sister Eve, and everybody in the room. Oh, it's definitely a slur because it's actually a Latin word that means on the other side of. But here's one thing I want a couple of points I want to make. First and foremost, salute to Just Hilarious and any other of you sisters that are taking a stand against this nonsense because, as everybody knows, my primary concern is our community, don't really give two shits about other people's community. That's their business. They got their own advocates. I want to say this and encourage you, sister, to keep speaking up because, hey, listen, sister, you do have the power to combat this and maintain this normalcy and defend your womanhood because just channel the same energy that y'all usually argue with any of the brothers or anything. Okay, we love all of y'all for that, but y'all are well equipped to handle this business and we're going to back you 100%. Remember that On Code Brothers have your back. And see, as pertains to the LGBTQ community in particular, Hall T, shall we call them, they say they want equality and just to be treated like everybody else. Okay, fair enough. No problem with that. The problem is they're being hypocrites because now you've gone from wanting equality, like they say, to being oppressive and trying to bully women out of actually being women, which is impossible for you to do. The sheer insanity of it, trying to claim as if women don't have the right or ownership of the periods. Okay, well, as many of you have already pointed out, I'm sure before I entered the room, actually they do because there's no way for a male to have one. And see, here's something I'm directing to all of that community that pulls this because I have no issue with anybody in the LGBTQ community that doesn't do it or that's on code. But the problem is this. If you're a man that couldn't cut it as being a man, and particularly we see this in the dominant society. So now you want to throw a dress on, a wig on, and hey, you want to be called a woman. Your weakness and shortcoming as far as being a man, that's your issue. Okay, go ahead and put on your dress, your wig, do whatever you want to do, but you have no right to take what women have earned and naturally are from them. And we gonna back the sisters up on that because see, while we talking about what we identify as, okay, listen, I can't wait till somebody actually gets the courage enough to say, okay, America is the land of I identify as whatever I please. We're in the land of make believe. Okay, I identify as a billionaire. Now let me have access to a Bill Gates account or whatever. I mean, we identifying as whatever we want, right? I mean, we gonna go down this slippery slope. We may as well keep going. So what I'm saying is, as facetious as that sounds, salute to all you sisters. Hold your ground, stand firm. Don't back down on this. The brothers got your back. We've been waiting on this for a long time, and I want to say this to the brothers as well. Yes, we know that we tried to tell a lot of the women that this was going to happen, but here's what you have to do. When you see that someone in our community has made a mistake or gone down the wrong path, as the leadership class, we don't rub it in their faces. Okay, they got it now. Let's make some progress. Okay, so that's what I want to offer to the sisters. We gonna back your play on this. Keep standing up for that because hey, listen, their insanity and their issues, that's not your problem. We're not gonna let them bully us into accepting that on either end of the spectrum. Like I said, if you want equality and you choose to live your life whatever way you want to live it, go about doing that. But you're gonna have to respect the rights of heterosexual people. And see, I'm gonna tell you something. I'm finna start throwing in the lexicon before I land. They keep talking about homophobia, transphobia. Well, I'm going to call them out on their heterophobia. Since we gonna throw these phobias in here, all right, let's go there. Do you really want to go there? So that's all I want to add to the discussion. Excellent topic, and I'm glad you did this, Sister Eve. And I'll land my plane with that.
Well, great Black Shark. Thank you for those words and thank you for the support because really I feel like this is where we are. You know, you've got the women there when men are about to hand out appropriate punishment for some bad behavior that they see. It's always some bad behavior Black woman trying to get in the way of the person receiving the consequence. Okay, let's try this another way. Like when the men are about to handle something, it's always some nagging woman in the background like, no, don't do it, he didn't mean it. Like they just in the way. So I can appreciate what you were saying because where we are, my mouth is probably gonna make these niggas want to fight me. Like really, really, truly, because they're niggas at the end of the day, and I'm a woman, so they're gonna have this biology upper hand, and it's not fair. And I should not have to fight no man because I'm claiming my
Facts.
womanhood. So when I say support, like y'all are gonna have to be ready to fight because I'm not. about to fight no man. But I mean, I will if I have to, because this is where we are. They are really trying to fight us for ours. What's out? We were born. Man, the insanity of all of this is insane. But I get how that kind of sounds circular. It's
Yeah, I was
just
with you till you said that, Eve. I was on the
I'm
train.
like,
I was like, I'll fight the man. Wait, what?
look, I'm not, no, the Empress. Look, let's go there. I'm not saying that I'm out here trying to fight no men. I'm saying that these nigga bitches are out here trying to fight us, and I'm not about to be
Facts.
like, you can be a woman just because I don't want you to fight me. Nah, you can't be no woman. You are not a woman. You are a man. Okay, you don't want to be a man? Fine. You're a man who doesn't want to be a man no more. I'm there because everything else is too confusing, it's too accepting, and then people get mad when you're not cool with it. Like, acceptance doesn't mean that I'm cool with it, but because you confused, we need to be a little bit more clear. So that's where I am with regards to biology mattering. Like, it still matters. You are a man who doesn't want to be a man no more. And the women who want to be men, you really don't hear about them. Not for real, for real. I mean, they out here, but they're not out here in the news doing all this shit. They're not trying to
Cause men
compete.
ain't gonna let that shit happen. That's why.
Well, that's the whole point. Like, so
That's
if there's
literally
no
what I was about to say. Yeah.
equality inside of the trans community, what is going on? Like, it's all about these nigga bitches who want it easier, but it's not easier. Like Miriam said, it's a whole process to keep yourself dilated. It's painful. It's nasty. It's I don't know. I don't know. Empress, go ahead. Go ahead, cause
So thank you, Eve. This space is awesome. This is a good topic because it's bringing all kinds of things, to the surface. So shout out to you. Shout out to everybody that's on the stage, that's been on the stage. Marion was cooking. I ain't gonna hold you. I was in the Uber, and that whole time I was in the Uber, I was like, yes. And my phone was on speaker. I know the Uber driver was like, what? Who is this girl? You were cooking. Okay. Smells great over here. But no, so yesterday I did a space and I titled it like Ain't I a Woman? And we talked about this too. So a lot of points was made and you kind of literally just touched on what I had my hand up this whole time for, right? So one, I agree with Eve and Miriam. The only sis I respect has a black power fist behind it, period. Okay. Don't call me that. It is an absolute slur. You're the new thing. You be the new word. That's it. So in the space yesterday, we were like, what can we do? I said what Eve just said, like, how come with the trans men, you don't see them trying to take over men's spaces or like get in there like I am a man. I mean, you got a couple outliers. I don't know if Brittany Grun or whatever her name is, but I don't even think that she would give smoke
pause.
like that.
She's not
Hell no.
trans. That's
She's definitely doing, but this is what the men said. They were like, because they know that if they try to come into our spaces and overtake them, it's just like we would do a man. Like there's the threat of violence there, so they won't come in their spaces and try to do that because of the threat of violence. Well, they don't have that with us. At most, we going like, are we about to square up, Eve? What you talking about? Like really? Because at the
but
end of the
Empress,
day, they're doing
that's what
it.
I'm saying.
We gonna
Empress,
shoot
that's
and
what I'm
cut
saying.
because we ain't fighting
So
no man.
we're in some weird ass times. So Great Black Shark said he said what I needed to be said publicly because look, I'm gonna hold y'all niggas to it. These nigga bitches want to fight us because they can. Like their biology makes it so that it's an uneven playing field. That's not fair. And all because I'm not gonna allow you to be out here. And I don't think that they're fighting words, but what I've heard, this is what I've heard, and y'all can correct me if I'm wrong, but what I've heard is that women, the way we use our words, it can be venomous. And while we might not be thinking that they're fighting words, some men can't
Eve,
handle it.
I was
So,
just about to. That was where I was getting ready to go with it. I talk to my wife about this all the time. Women have to fight on a woman's scale, not on a man's scale. I mean, you can't physically, but women fight with their words. Y'all can change the world with a couple words. Women know how to put two words together like a motherfucker. I don't give a damn how many estrogen pills these lady dudes be popping. I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. Look, these people, they still can't take what y'all got to say. Hell, they so sensitive they changed from being a man to a woman. Now what they're relying on, what they've been relying on, is feminism. That's been undergirding a lot of what they've been having going on. They've been relying on women's complicity in this. Without women's complicity, excuse me, that they have nothing to stand on. So if y'all start cutting in with y'all words and saying all that shit y'all say to niggas that are 50 cents short on dinner that night, man, shit, they'd be ready to hop on back into this man's side so goddamn fast.
I don't know about that, brother Dewan, because here's the thing. Just like you said, we're women. We got the tongues, right? We fight with our words, but these are men at the end of the day. So at some point, the words they just gonna get the fisticuffing. Are
That's what I'm
y'all going to
saying
be there for
because
us to
they're
fisticuff?
not women. They're just
Facts,
gonna
and it
go
always
straight to
happens.
fighting us because that makes the most sense. Like that's the way that you would win that fight. And
But
I
think
get
about
that.
it. This
So the men
war,
around me are gonna have to be cool.
no,
Like y'all gonna have
no,
to be
no.
cool.
Eve, make it clear. Make it clear. We are down for that, but this is what we have to understand. This isn't a war that's being fought face to face. It's not. 99% of this war is not being fought face to face. They can't. If they put out media out there comparing you to women, you can say what you have, like what you guys are doing right here in the Twitter Spaces and what you do on Twitter. You can say no when the New York Times and all these other places say these things with using their words. You can use their words in return, and then you can flat out start out getting outright getting vicious with it if you choose to. You know what I mean? Use your words because face to face, most of the stuff isn't happening face to face, and if it is happening face to face, there's way more straight men out there that ain't gonna let nobody, no man, hit on a woman, let alone some dude that used to be one.
I absolutely agree with that sentiment, good brother Dewan. Being briefly, I want to direct everybody's attention towards the jumbotron, just in case you do find yourself in a situation with one of these little dudes that just gave up on manhood and decided to throw the wig on, get aggressive. Keep you some good old fashioned mind changer. What do I mean by that? Some good old fashioned bear spray that burns like devil piss. That will get them back in their right frame of mind very quickly. In addition to that, if you have to practice those Second Amendment rights. So that's it. I just want to give the ladies an alternative solution just in case that does happen.
Facts. Keep your power tools and your candy bars and your bear spray. That's a new one. Or your Ogun juice because I have that actually.
Me too, girl. I
Me
take
You
it
know,
everywhere I
too.
go.
I'm not out here all green, but yes. And Dewan, that's a hell of a point. You're right. A lot of these arguments and discussions are being had online. These platforms provide a veil of covering and protection for that community. So then you start speaking out against them, and then your page gets shadow banned and your posts get blocked, and then you're targeted for hate speech, and then all you said was is you're not a woman, or something super basic. But I hear you, and I agree, ladies, we have to start speaking up in a big way when they're trying to make this okay. This is body dysmorphia at best. I'm sorry, at its very least. And then at best, it's, even more than that, mental illness in our community. We're not even getting the same benefit. Like Dewan was saying, like the white man is not using this the same way the black man is because the black man can't. So it's this whole other thing. Like, no, like if there were power in it, then I guess I would be able to understand it. But there is no power in, acting like you are me and then that you're the best version of me when you didn't start out like me. That's a whole that's a whole fake. Um, and we have to be comfortable calling out the fakes, the frauds, the phonies. That's our job, original women. So shout out to y'all for those points and for the support. And yeah, we will continue to call this type of stuff out because this is where we are. It's our fault that it's gotten this way, but we have to do
And
something about it.
real quick, Eve. Also, not only calling out directly, but calling out women who support it. You gotta start like this is the time that the women with their heads on straight start calling cards of the women that are supporting this stuff. Like, hey, nah, we ain't with that. That's another way, making it be a thing to her, like not pulling support from, like this whole support all women thing. Yeah, support all women as long as the women supporting the family. If she gets into all the rest of this stuff, then hey, I gotta leave you alone. And then checking within your own, within women checking women is what I'm trying to say.
That's a fact. And, for what it's worth, women will check women on what they're wearing and I mean, it's a bunch of superficial shit. So, absolutely. Like what we're doing, that shit matters. Who we're with, that shit matters. And that whole, hanging out with this crowd or that crowd because they afford you certain freedoms that other crowds wouldn't. There's something to be said about order and discipline. And, shout out to Kiki. Okay. Empress. I think, oh, yeah, actually, I know. It's on Marco. Peace, Marco. What's up? Cis is a slur. Does biology matter? How do you feel about this?
It absolutely does matter. And thank you, Justine, for welcoming me into the space.
Yeah, unmute your mic, Marco.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Let me put on some better headphones. Hold on.
Sound like he in a grocery store.
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me now?
He's not by the cucumbers. I'm just messing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Can y'all hear me better now?
Actually, it got 1,000 times worse. Like, are you driving? The
No,
windows
no, no, no,
down?
no, no, no. I'm on the bus. But can you hear me now? Hello?
Yeah.
He
Go
at the
ahead. Go
train
ahead.
station.
I'll try my best. But, first of all, just please thank you for what you said, Miriam. You cooked them with that one, but I kind of honestly, and Juwan, I love what you said. I love what all of you have said so far. But Miriam, I kind of slightly disagree with what you're saying. Like, as far as being at war with transgender, the real war is actually white supremacy. And I'm explaining why, because this transgender movement stems from
I
white
said
supremacy.
that too, brother.
No. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying because it is the overall hierarchy of everything that is coming from it. Them pushing sex on the children, pedophilia, sex trafficking, it's all stemming from them. We wipe that out, we wipe all the nonsense out. But to the point of men being men, I want to make this point blank very, very clear that, and I want to say this right here, right now. There is no such thing as toxic masculinity because masculinity is something toxic about a man being a man. Being masculine means protecting children, building your own, protecting your own.
I'm sorry, y'all. I tried.
It's it.
Marco, the audio is so bad, and I feel like I was supporting what you were saying, but I can't hear you. So I don't know. Can you just like wait till you get to a stop, maybe?
Is this better? Is this better?
Yes, that's
Okay,
way better. Go
okay.
ahead, please. Now, yes, go ahead.
Now let me cook them with gas. Okay.
Oh, and actually, before you cook, to the ladies in the room, I really feel like Life's a Beach. Thank you for making that point. If you're out there, this is a good time for you to say how you feel about this. I mean, this is a live recorded space. I'll post it in all the places that I feel like I can post it. But I think that people need to know that we don't appreciate cis anything unless it's with an SIS. And then again, I think that that's more of like your lingo. Like, do you use that in your everyday? I don't particularly use it. I mean, I guess I do in spaces. Like I said, hey, Mary and Peace, sis. I guess, okay, I use it like that. But now it's like they are trying to take what's ours. They're always trying to take what's ours. We're letting them take what's ours. If you're out there, maybe you agree that they shouldn't take what's ours. They should have their own. Like, it's cool. You go be you over there, not here. This is mine. So, please, I will give you a mic if you want to come up and speak your speech. So, all right, Marco, go ahead.
Okay. What I was saying was, thank you. Appreciate what you just said. All the sisters, listen, please listen. There's no such thing as toxic masculinity, like one of my heroes, Brother Reza Islam, said. If you know, you know. There's no such thing as toxic masculinity because there's nothing toxic about a man being a man, protecting his woman and supporting his woman, loving his children, making sure his children grow up in this strong and healthy and mindful and alert and aware in this sick, crazy system. And there's no such thing because no one ever said toxic femininity because there's nothing toxic about being a woman, right? There's nothing toxic about being a man either. And I want to say this: people listen to Andrew Tate. I see people supporting Andrew Tate and all that. He is not the epitome of masculinity. He is not the epitome of toxic masculinity because he doesn't represent anything masculine. He represents pure, evil, wicked. He represents everything a man doesn't do. This man is literally on trial for raping and sex trafficking women, and people are just looking at it as though some people are looking at it as he's not guilty, and some people are looking at it as what he did wasn't wrong. But I'm not going to waste my time. I'm not going to waste time talking about him. The overarching story is, and I said this last night on another space that I'm in, the liquor store. If you know, you know. Go over there and support. Check it out. Hit the cash app. Go over there and support. But what we was talking about in the liquor store was I asked this rhetorical question, and the question was, is a trans woman a foundational woman? And the answer was no, because a trans woman is not a woman. A trans woman is a trans woman. And I'm never going to bully and bash a trans woman or a gay person or a gay man because you're gay, that you gay or trans, do what you're going to do. Just leave the children out of it. That's all I ask. Leave the children out of it and stop bashing our people. Like, just stop bashing black men, stop bashing black women. Stop trying to convert people into doing what you do. Just do what you do, and just be happy. Because, to be honest, they're all coming after us. You know, they tried to stick a needle in us. They're trying to feed us toxic crap in the food. We all know that. We all know what the bigger hand is at play, and I refuse to be a pawn in this messed up system. So, in all honesty, I love every black woman in this space. If you can hear me, from a black man to a black woman, I love and respect you. Respect yourself before anybody else. Remember, your first love, your best love, your last love, and your true love will always be self-love. Love and respect yourself. Fill your head up with as much knowledge as you possibly can. Protect yourself, protect your children around you if you have children. Love your man, love each and every last one of yourself. Don't fall into the BS that they're putting out there, whether it's on the internet, whether it's on the news. And sis, when I listen to the word sis, I think of a black woman, honestly. A black woman or a woman I could consider my sister. So that's how I see it. But to every black woman that's listening to this, love and respect you. Be safe. To every black man that listens to this, love you, stay safe. Be on the side of right and never go wrong. As long as you're on the right side, you can never go wrong. Protect yourself, love yourself, be blessed, black, and highly favored.
Thank you for those words, Marco. I hope y'all were able to hear him. So I know it was a little bit of audio, but I think he was speaking some good points. Toxic masculinity is toxic femininity. I broke this down in another space a little while ago, but here's the math, and you can agree with it or disagree with it, but this is what I've seen. Um, there are more households that are women ran than are men ran. And then you get into the education system, and there's more female teachers than there are male teachers. So this influence being masculine is wrong. So these men who are doing whatever it is that people are describing as toxic masculinity, I think it's because of their feminine influence. So really, it's just, you know, he got a lot of bitch inside of him. So that's not toxic masculinity. So I agree, Marco. There's nothing toxic about being masculine, but I do think that there are toxic behaviors. And if we're going to call it something, it should probably be called toxic femininity. That's just my 2 cents on that. Um, Life's a beach. Thank you for those words in the comment section because I agree. More women need to speak up about this, but I get it. Uncomfortable conversations. People don't necessarily want to have those, but you do. Sis is a slur. Biology matters. I know it does. Go ahead.
Hey, thank you. Thanks, E, for having me and hosting this space, and FBA Empress, and to all the dignitaries in the room. Um, I love you guys. So let me just share this quick story real fast. It's short. It's just my experience. I was in Florida a long time ago, pre-COVID, and we were at a one of my mom's friends' uh, retirement ceremony. She was retiring from the army. We were at the NCO club. Okay, I got up from my table to go and use the restroom, and I went into the bathroom. And when I walked through the bathroom to go to the stall, the hair on my body stood up. um I was passing by this figure, this person. So I said, let me go empty my bladder, come back out, wash my hands. Um, I came back out to wash my hands, and I looked to my left and I said, damn, that's a big ass woman. And then I said, that's a man. I said, with these kitten heel shoes on, with this wig on, like I can see him out of my peripheral. And I said, I am terrified. I am scared to death. So, white guy with his wig on. So I hurried up out the bathroom, went back to my seat, and I was like, Mom, I think it was a man in the bathroom. And so I looked at the table, like eventually he came out. I looked at the table, he was with a guy, and I just kept staring at him because it was like the lights were dim or what have you. And I'm like, that's a man with a man. So I say that to say I don't want that experience ever in the future. I don't want none of these people in my private space. I'm serious and I don't care how that sounds. I am terrified of them. I don't want to see. I was in Vegas one time and we were there for like hoodie awards slash my mom's job. And I saw all these what do you call those? Like Miss Americas, whatever, but they were men who were being Miss America, who were being beauty pageants. And I thought, oh my God, these are huge men in these huge heels and these huge elbows and huge, it was just it's not beautiful to me. It's very scary. I don't want this to move further, and I'm really upset with a lot of the women, particularly in my family, because just the other day I posted something on my Facebook page, and I don't even fool with Facebook anymore just because of that. When I go to Facebook, I go to my FBA space to be with like-minded people. But I posted um, that I'm not going to embrace this trans women. Trans people need to embrace transhood, not womanhood. We need to protect womanhood. We need to protect giving birth, periods, and all the essence of being a woman. We need to protect that and not just let them go by. This is not cute, funny, or cool, anything like that. Cis is a slur because us natural born women, we did not subscribe or adopt that. However, not enough women are pushing back or speaking out, and that is kind of concerning to me. Um, I even had a family member who, uh, this was a couple years ago when we were going to have Christmas up at our house, and the family member, she chose her agenda over us. Because we were like, no, you can't have your friend here. We're gonna have kids, and no, like y'all can celebrate some other holiday or some other day or some other state. So she bowed out and took about four, five, six other family members with her. And it was so disappointing. It was sad. And I can't figure out why enough women are not speaking out. I don't know the answer to
You know
this,
the
but
answer, like you know the answer.
if
I
I
was
had
about
to
to
guess,
say it's
Definitive,
the
because
if
it's
I
the
sisterhood
had
of
soft
to
showing.
dysfunction. There you go.
if I
You
Thank
had
you.
got that. It's the
yeah,
soft shoeing that we know as Black Americans that
it's the
the
what?
soft shoe is never the answer. You can't be on the fence. But right now, you got a lot of women like, well, I don't want to be transphobic, but I want to take my stand as a woman.
Okay.
It's the soft shoe. That's what you're seeing right now.
The sisterhood of
Okay.
dysfunction, where women don't want to hold each other to any type of standards because, oh no, you might hold me to some type of standard and then
Yeah,
I have
you're
to
right.
do something about myself. Like, that's really where we are. So, I mean, I feel you. Like, I don't get it either, but then I think about it and I do get it. It's hard to say that there's something wrong. I get that. But no, there's something really wrong. Like, there's a fucking problem. Like, you're right. We need to say something. We need to do something. And these spaces and this online
I'm,
option
I'm
to speak about it, I think this is a good start.
It's a great start. And you're
yes,
confused about it because as a black American who's your ancestry, like you don't understand the soft shoeing. You've never been a soft shoeing.
yeah,
That's not our lineage. We always fight. So with the soft shoeing is confusing, that's where that's why we don't understand.
yeah. I'm a land on this because you're right. A lot of them, if I just think about my relatives, they want to appear cool, like I don't know, down or nah, this don't offend me. Like I don't know, they do. They want a soft shoe, and right now I think there's a bill in Michigan where they're trying to make misgendering like illegal or something. Oh, what? So no. So yeah, I'm just gonna land there and just say I appreciate you guys for having this space. And you know, I wish this is a movement. I wish this needs to be a movement, and because it is serious. And that's about it. Thank you. It's my piece.
And can I say something? Piggyback off you. Um,
No, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. There's a few people before you, and then.
oh, my bad, my bad, my bad, my bad, my bad. I'm sorry.
But if you could hold it, I do appreciate your patience. And to the room, there are a few people who want to speak, so that's great. And to the women who want to speak, that's excellent because y'all are not normally talking in these spaces, and I want you guys to speak. So to the men, I do want to hear what y'all have to say, but at this point, I really want to hear what these women are having to say, because if there's confusion, we need to dead it tonight. I mean, at least for the people who are in this space and the people who might listen to this space later. So that's the reason that I removed certain speakers, not because I don't want you to speak, but because there were women in the audience who wanted to say something, and this is a good time for them to say it. So that's why. But if y'all could just hold it. And then life's a beach. Yeah, everything that you said, I understand. You have family members who go and see Medea. That's a problem to me. I won't go see Medea. I don't see anything Medea. um, I think the last thing that I saw like that was Rasputia, and even then I had a problem with it. But I have this I love Eddie. Like I don't know. But that's a problem, right? Like, we've accepted certain people because we just, we they're they're us. We got fucked up people in our family, and then we see these people.
Yesterday, chef, I mean, chef, chief governor was like, if we think about it, like, remember the salons and stuff where you had like the one gay person and you would accept them and they maybe was your
That's
grandma's
fact.
best friend.
That's exactly what I'm saying. So,
But
like,
Eve, did that get us to this?
it did. It did.
Really?
It did in a big way, because, like, once you accept something small, then they take an inch, or you give an inch, they take a mile, and then we don't know how to say no, because again, we're in this era of we don't want people to call us out on our shit. So it's like, okay, if I just be quiet about your shit, then maybe you won't be focusing on me. And that's a problem, because we do need to be focusing on us. Like, we're not where we need to be. If we were, we wouldn't be dealing with racism, white supremacy like this. I really feel like if the Black woman made this call to action to say that we're going to get our reparations, and then just we be the voice that they hear, this the same energy that we put on our man, put that on them people, they would cut the check tomorrow. Like, that's how powerful our sound is. Like, it, we can get our man to do pretty much anything just on some shit. Like, he just wants us to stop nagging about it. So, he'll just do it. And a lot of it has just been some enabling type of shit. We're not using our power there. We need to reverse that. But at the bare minimum, we have to call out the bad shit. And when we call out the bad shit, be ready, because people are going to start calling out your bad shit. And okay, that's where we are. You got bad shit. I got bad shit. I'm going to work on my shit. Are you going to work on your shit? And if you're not, then you're a person that we need to pay attention to, because You're the person that's Katanji. You got ovaries and mammaries and shit, and you don't know how to define what a woman is. You are the only other black person on the Supreme Court. There's only two of y'all niggas up there, and we got a coon and a tether, and this is what we're dealing with. So yeah, it did start with the little sugar in his tank at the salon because we accepted it. And you know, yeah, he can do your makeup and he can do your hair, but not you should have been talking to him about being a man, like not about what we talking about. There should be safe spaces. And we're so accepting that we made our safe space more accepting than it needed to be. So I do think that it started there. But it's not us. We didn't do that to us because why does he got sugar in his tank? There's some trauma that people don't want to deal with. Like you might have been born gay because of what you went through your family. Like you here, so what did your people go through for you to be here today? That shit matters. You don't want to think about it. You don't want to learn about it. You don't want to talk about it. So now you out here gay and nothing actually happened to you, but something happened to you. That's that's a lot of confusion. So yeah, this is where we are. Thank you, Life's the Beach. I appreciate you speaking on that. If you got more thoughts, that's cool. You can finish up, and then we're gonna get to the next hand.
This last point I'm going to make is something my mother pointed out. She said all that work that went into Title IX only so they can integrate back in the women's sports again. Title IX, that was strictly for women. Now they're getting back in. Like, eh, where's the space for women, for girls? Yeah, I'm going to close now.
No, I seen an article that said that Bruce Jenner, Caitlyn Jenner said that girls and boys should not be participating in the same sports, and I appreciate that because our biology is not the same. Like it's automatically not fair for a boy and a girl to be held to the same physical standards. Not saying that she can't do it, but she's doing a lot more to do it than he's doing to do it, even if they're at the same weight. It's and our biology matters. So far nobody's been able to dispel that, and I appreciate everybody who's got their heads on straight. But Empress, do you know who the next hand is? Because
I do, but right before that, I got like 10 seconds. I think it's absolutely insane that we are having these conversations, y'all. I think it's all goofy. It's all goofy that we are sitting here and we are like talking about what the hell is the difference between a boy and a girl, a man and a woman. But that's the point of white supremacy, right? The confusion. That's literally the point. People are starving in the world. We over here like, I do own periods. It's crazy. But literally, that's their point. And if you do not understand white supremacy and how it works, all this stuff will confuse you. And this is really about our children. So it was Governor, and then it was Miriam, and it was Big Boda. But I don't know if you want to do like a new hand thing because Big Boda was last, but he's new on the stage.
yeah,
Everybody
if we
else
could
spoke.
go Gov, then Big
Governor didn't
Buddha,
speak.
and then Lonnie maybe or Lisa. Actually, Big Money Mike, you don't have your hand up, but I know you came up a minute ago. I think you came up before Gov, but you don't have your hand up. So can you go first? Is that cool? Is cis a slur to you? Does biology matter? And if we're being honest, I'm just gonna have to. Is this you in your profile picture? Is she just real, real, real light skin? And I don't. All right, you got to start there, and then you can go. I know you think I'm being funny. I'm not being
You
funny.
talking to
Like
me?
your profile picture has. I got questions.
Yes, he's talking to you.
Oh, that's Bill Gates' daughter.
Okay, okay, all right. So this shows how out the know I am about certain people and their proclivities, and that's hilarious.
Yeah,
Okay, you came up. Go ahead. Sis is a
yeah, I
slur.
feel like it's a slur. I feel like it's a slur. It's hate speech. I don't know why y'all women accepting this. Like,
Y'all ain't got no problem cussing no black man out, but when it come to these dudes pretend to be women, y'all acting all scared and stuff. I don't get it.
So, Big Money Mike, let me ask you, you got women in your family who
Yeah.
accept this type of behavior?
No.
So then it's only the women on the internet that you're seeing accept this
Right.
type of behavior?
Yes.
So then what
Yes.
so then what are you doing about it? Because so far in this space, I don't know how long you've been listening, but we've been on here for a little more than an hour. I haven't heard anybody who's accepting this
I
type of
mean,
behavior.
that's,
So
I mean, they calling them trans women and they call them trans. I mean, that's accepting it.
I agree with that. Absolutely. Okay, so let's talk about that. When we're accepting certain things, calling things outside of the name that they are, that is a form of acceptance. So I agree
Right.
with that. I agree with that 1,000%. My thought about that, I don't know if you were here earlier, but I think that we should call it what it is. If you're a
Right.
man who doesn't want to be a man anymore, then you're a man who doesn't want to be a man anymore. If you're a woman who doesn't, same thing goes for the woman. That doesn't mean that you're a woman now. It means that
Right.
you are something else because I can't call you a man. You don't want to be a man and you're
And
not
saying otherwise
doing
is
the
You
really
are a
not
things that
man though.
make you a man.
correct.
So, okay, cool. You don't want to be a man, you're not a man. But that does not make you a woman because the thing that makes us a man and woman is our ability to create life in that form. Like there is a reason that we are the way that we are. We create life once we come together. So you can't sit here and tell me that you are me if you can't do what I can do. But if you check the jumbo, you've got people telling you that because a man can produce milk, he should be able to breastfeed his child. And that shit is wild to me. So no, I don't agree. I don't accept it. I want us to call things what they are. And if you don't want to be a man, then you can be a transformer. Like, and everybody loves Transformers. Optimus Prime is cool as shit. Like, come on, yo. Like, it's cool. Like, you want to be a transformer, like, let's get it. But, at the end of the day, like Empress said, they got us over here being stupid about some basic ass shit when we are dying.
Right.
Like, our babies are being subjected to this confusion because you don't want to call somebody out for their proclivities because you've got your own proclivities. Like, you've got your own shit. Like, no, that I'm not, no, I'm there. So I
It's the
agree.
soft shoe. We can't do the soft
We
shoe.
can't
We
do the
know
soft
better
shit.
than that. We know better than
Right.
that.
All right, so I agree with what you said. Did you have any final thoughts?
I don't even call them transformers. I call them men and women. I ain't letting them get nothing in. So, and if y'all scared to fight these dudes, y'all need to call the police on them and shoot 'em. Like they still do. So I don't know what y'all so scared of. Like
I mean, other than what Life's the Beach said, when you go into the bathroom and you see a size 15 stiletto hanging out the stall, it's like, hold up, hold up. And then, it's like, and it's like, hold up.
But
Like,
remember,
that is
her initial
actually,
feeling was
that's
fear,
scary. Life's the
Eve.
Beach had me
Yes, that's
over
scary.
here kind of scared because I never really thought about it like that. Even though I've read the stories and it's always some white dude talking about like what he would do if somebody went to the bathroom with his daughter. And, I'm like, yeah, that's the energy you need to be on. Like, but where is it happen? Like, it's not really happening. I've
why
only
y'all
really
ain't
seen
fighting
it
for laws?
happen somewhere else. Go ahead.
Why aren't women fighting for laws to stop this?
Because you got women in the justice and law system right now saying that they don't know what a woman is. We got issues, Big Money Mike. So I agree with you. I think it starts with the acceptance of it all. So we have to not accept things, call things what they are, or we need to make it uncomfortable. Some scarlet letter type of shit. That's what I'm saying about, like, if you a man who don't want to be a man no more, then you don't want to be a man no more. I'm not going to give you the respect of calling you a man because my father, my man, my brother, they get that respect, and you out here saying that you don't want to do that. You don't want to be that. So, or all right,
So if
use
a
something
pedophile
else.
don't want to be called a pedophile,
But
I mean,
that's something else because at that point that person has already done some things that they don't need to be doing. So you shouldn't soft shoe about what it is. It is what it is. You a person who likes to fuck children or wants to fuck children and people need to know that a minor attracted person, hell no. No.
all right,
No,
we need
no,
to call them
no.
what they is.
Call it what it is. A
All right,
pedophile. Absolutely. Absolutely.
call these men men. I mean, I know you don't want to, you don't look at them as men, but they are men.
No, look at it, nigga. Pedophiles are fucking garbage, dude. Come
And
on now,
these
homie.
dudes trying to steal women identity is garbage.
Agreed.
You want
But
to,
I don't I'm
you want to
this
this
is I
right?
guess this is where we're going to have to agree to disagree. This is my personal opinion on this part. I don't want to give a male the same respect that I would give my father, my man, or my brother.
You better
That
not. You better
is
not. You
different.
better not.
So what would
No,
you call them earlier? You would call them nigga bitches, something like
nigga
that.
bitches. Yeah. But
Well,
I
just
mean,
call
you
them bitch
got,
ass
but
niggas.
there's non-gay nigga bitches too, you know. So that's that toxic femininity, toxic masculinity that I was talking about. You don't have to like it at the butt to be a nigga bitch, but I hear what you're saying.
Yeah,
So
call them bitch ass niggas instead though.
Yeah.
That sound
Governor's
better.
Fucking
gonna
ghetto ass niggas. You ain't gonna get no respect
Bitch
in the hood for
niggas.
that shit. Bitch ass
y'all are
niggas. We are. I
definitely
know
gonna
they.
get all
They gotta
sorts of
have
flags from
something.
YouTube. Thank you.
Y'all
As
gotta have some in this room.
All right, salute y'all.
And we gonna tell you, you a bitch ass nigga. You don't get no respect in the shit. No respect.
no
None.
respect, none. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Gov. Peace to you. I know that biology matters to you, but is cis a slur?
Yeah, it's a slur.
Go ahead.
How is everybody doing? I just came over here to tell a little story, you know, right before, I turned it in for the night. It had to be like 1994. I was going to Bunker Hill Elementary School. There was this kid named Ray. Ended up getting in a fight with Ray. We was playing Power Rangers, and you know what I'm saying, Ray, he wanted to be the Pink Ranger. I was confused. I didn't understand why the fuck he wanted to be the Pink Ranger. So I punched him in the face, and I got suspended. Um, my uncle,
No, hold up. He ain't want to be the Black Ranger. He ain't want to be the Red Ranger or the Green Ranger. Like, I get you don't want to be the Blue Ranger. All right, because, that was the white guy. Like, I got that one.
The
But,
ones who
like,
be the
mm,
Pink
he wanted to
Ranger.
be the Pink Ranger?
yeah, he took Tommy away from all of us. You know what I'm saying? So none of us got to be the Green Ranger. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I punched him in the face, and I got suspended. It was probably like the first time I ever got suspended. But long story less long. Um, my uncle Mac, he picked me up, and we started riding around DC, and it was probably like 11, 12 o'clock in the morning, and we're sitting outside K Street and First by North Capitol. Empress, you know what that is. And he looked at me and he said, look over there, what you see? I said, I see hoes. Because I grew up in the lifestyle. So I said, I see hoes. And he said, nah, he said, them vampires, them bloodsuckers.
Whoa, whoa.
He
That's
said,
that's
he said,
too
by you punching that kid in the face, you're helping him become one of them bloodsuckers. And them bloodsuckers, them vampires, they're gonna try to come after you. See, all of this is an attack on, the heterosexual male. You know what I'm saying? It's all about fucking at the end of the day. Whatever traumas these motherfuckers been through, you know what I'm saying, these vampires, these ghouls, these goblins, whatever traumas they've been through, you know what I'm saying, that's what they do. They try to take it out on the heterosexual male. So yeah, you gotta, we all have to come to that understanding that it's a serious thing, and they're gonna go after the younger ones because you know what I'm saying. The younger niggas just don't know what the fuck is going on. You know what I'm saying? Their pee pee just started tingling. So it's a lot of confusion that you know what I'm saying. We got to teach the youth. Enjoying the space. I'll go back down to listen to blessings to everybody.
Thanks, Governor, for that.
I
I,
appreciate
this,
that,
this
Gov.
brother just got pimp talk in front of us. Yo, that was dope. He knew what he was talking about. His daddy knew who he was talking about. Yeah, yeah.
Bruh,
That's actually dope.
don't never let nobody tell you different. Pimps will always give you some of the
I know.
best gems.
Nigga pimping. We know it.
Yes. Shout out to Gov. Thank him. Thank you for the words, because definitely, I think that that's a problem that we have sometimes in our community, is that we punish behavior that we should champion. And maybe I think that, getting suspended is probably the quote unquote the man's version of the punishment or whatever. But at home, you know, there's got to be some sort of reward for handling things the way that they need to be handled. And as children, if you know that something's wrong, you might not have the words to articulate it. And I think boys speak with their hands more than girls do. We talked about that earlier. Girls have venom with their words, and boys fight because they
Which
don't.
presents
Like,
our
the shit is
problem.
different.
That
So
presents our problem because when we're saying sis is a slur, when we're like trying to stand up for ourselves as women, like was said before, I think it was me. The reason why the trans men, you know what I mean, they weren't even brought up in this conversation, but I guess that's the point, right? Because they bleed too. But at the end of the day, they're women. They are women. That's why they're bleeding. But see,
Thank you.
they
wait, I'm
understand.
saying, wait, they bleed too? You mean like they bleed because
No,
you
no, 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 no.
cut
I'm talking
them,
about
not
trans men.
because.
Yeah,
Listen,
No, they
Eve,
they
I'm
bleed
bleed
trying
from
to
their
like
learn
y'all. They
these
bones.
don't bleed like
terms.
y'all.
A trans man
Gross.
was born as a woman at the beginning. Does that make sense?
There you go. But that's we gotta. I would like, if it's okay, Empress. This is gonna be an adjustment tonight, for you and for anybody else. If we could stop calling them trans anything and just say, the chick who used to be a chick, or the chick who wants to be a dude, or the he
Or
she, or
whatever.
whatever. Like, it can't be comfortable. Like, they're so
Facts, facts,
comfortable
facts.
with these labels that they've given themselves, and then now they're trying to take more labels, and it's like, hold up, we give an inch, you take a mile, and we've accepted that shit. We can't do that anymore. So trans women, trans men, that shit is confusing, even though I know what you mean.
Right.
Hyphen man means you're not a man. Hyphen woman means you not a, okay, but nah, you still have the chromosomes at the bare minimum. You have XY, you have the XX. That's who you are. How are you going to splice that? So until they figure that shit out, and I know that they're probably trying. I mean, if you look at the movies and shit, like, art imitates life, imitates movies. Like, we're in some weird ass times. But um to your point, I'm sorry, to my point about what you were saying, no more trans women, at least here tonight, if we could try. And just the chick who doesn't want to be a chick no more, if you trying to be nice about it, or the transformer, and then it doesn't really matter because they don't want to be
It
who
doesn't
they
matter
are
if you say
anyway.
just
So
transformer.
yeah,
All
like,
of them.
whatever, like, you don't want to be you, fine, transformer, there you
There
go.
you go. There you go.
I'm saying. But did you have another point? Because we got some new
No,
sisters
let's
up
no,
on
let's
the
let people.
stage.
I did want to say this thing, and while people are coming up, because I know Eve, I know she ain't gonna be here all night long. But what do you? As this is a question for the room and to Eve also. Um, so like this thing is not necessarily new, right? You had like Bruce Jenner, and then you got that guy that was swimming or whatever, right? These was white people, and I know there's a lot of people that was like, it don't really affect me. It ain't even in my front door. But see, now y'all, it's spilt over because this whole thing, that the reason why we're talking about this was because somebody made a post about periods and was like, yeah, we own them, you can have them. That was the original post. The original post that started all this was like, y'all want our periods, he went to just take them. And then the trans male activist dude said, y'all don't own periods. And then Jess Hilarious reacted to that. So it's like a chain reaction thing. But here's the issue for me, that now this is a black issue. Because see, before we were just like, whatever. If it don't come to our front door, it don't come to our front door. But remember, some of us have littles, right? Some of us just living our lives, right? You had to go to the sensitivity training class and the diversity class to talk about this shit at your own job, right? They're working with you. How are you addressing them? This is affecting your real life. And now they're trying to make it a black issue. Since Jess Hilarious got into it with this black activist, they trying to make this a whole black thing. So I'd like
Pause.
to know what y'all think
Pause.
about.
The black activist, that's another thing. Are you talking about the transformer? Because just because you calling yourself a black activist, if you're not talking about reparations, you are not a black activist.
Fact.
So no. And I mean, I saw what you're talking about. Like, nah, you can't claim periods. No, you don't get to do that. You don't have the pieces. And I'm sorry if you took a pill that makes you want to kill yourself, because really, like, what are we talking about? What is the extent of their PMS? Because I know some broads who can't even get out of bed, and that shit is real. Like, they're not making it up, it's real. But I know some people who really feel really bad when they're on their cycle, and they muscle through. So there's levels to this shit. And to that point, no more. Nah, I don't think that was a black activist. I think that was a transformer, or at the bare minimum, it was somebody who.
I got the skinny on that. It actually started with a white trans man.
Yeah, that's what I'm
And you
saying.
said
Like
not
that.
to see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, legs cocked open, bleeding. You were born a woman, and then you had this black transformer who got on there and said, "Y'all don't own periods," all that
Right.
cap.
Right. Right.
Then it was just hilarious who responded to
Right.
that. And
Right. Right.
then you had the Captain Saberhole tether so-called activist got up there and knowing she's swerving and swimming and sucking and everything else, white supremacy. And so she got her ass handed to her for imping her mouth and FBA business. So it was that. And I know it's a lot of hands up, but I wanted to make my statement because I will never be able to speak for a long time if we keep
Yeah,
going to
go
the
ahead,
hand.
Miriam. Because yeah, if you could go ahead and go real quick, because I know your hand was up, and then Big Boda, I know your hand was up. So after that, it might be Lisa or Lonnie, and then some Virgo Vixen maybe, or the Negro Black Knights Heritage.
Yes,
Okay.
there's a lot of new speakers, and also there's speakers in the queue, y'all. I'm trying to keep up with everything. So if
Woo.
you are not speaking or if you haven't spoke yet, you can come back up. But we
You
got to get
definitely can come back up, but if we could keep it, um keep it a, keep it quick. Like
Mhm.
Empress said, I don't like to be on here all night, but this conversation is actually very near and dear to me. So I'll be on here for a little while. I think y'all have some words and I'd like to hear them. So go ahead, Miriam. Do your thing.
Okay, sure. Leading back to when the one brother Marcus was saying that the top of the um sits at the base of the power is white supremacy. Anyone in this day and age that don't know that and don't understand that needs to go look in the mirror and sit down and get some encyclopedias or Google or whatever you need to do and do some hella research. Or get your head from stuck under the ground like an ostrich. Um, Number one is the feminists who got black women into a world of this dismay and confusion, if you will, for those who don't have their own spines and their own minds. Um, as I said, that is the feminine aspect of white supremacy, and it's actually an oxymoron for a black woman to call herself a feminist. As Dr. Randy Short would say, a pork chop feminist. They've really done a job with helping busting up the family along with the government and brainwashing tons of young, black American sisters in college and doing all this perverse sex and things of that nature in college. And for those who grew up in the neighborhood, unfortunately, probably had two mamas, and they did a number on the children. especially the young men in the home. And you have all these baby boys, or mama boys too, and you have those moms who you look like your dad or whatever syndrome that they have, and they do a lot of damage, psychological damage to their sons, hurt their not egos, but their self worth and self esteem and things of that nature, and it's very disfortunate. Um, but it's basically white supremacy um, led in the skirt. And it's a lot of people who look like they are kin folks, but they only skin folks. You have tethers uh, who unfortunately are in these powerful positions put there to do just what they're doing, undermining us, refuse to give straight definitions of something that is so obvious, um, doing everything they can to push this nonsense into our schools, to help them with so called critical race theory, which is only a theory studied in college and law college school at that. Um, it's dealing with a lot of that. So it's not that women are afraid. We're some of the bravest creatures on the planet, but men, you are our brawn. Um, and when it comes to someone who was born biologically a man, um, that chooses to do harm to a biologically born woman, that's where brothers, fathers, uncles, sons, cousins, nephews, and friends should step in, because there's no way, no matter how much estrogen that they shoot, they are still skeletally and masculinely, in every sense of the word, stronger than we ever would be. So we have a right to be fear. It's not that we scared. Fear is a natural thing that happens in the human body. Um, Fear can also keep you alive. I didn't say be afraid. I said fear. It's a difference, because you know something is wrong and you have to be on high alert. So you have to move accordingly. But we don't want to live in fear, because fear can be just like stress. It could be, detriment to your health. So it's a balance to that. Um, Also, these transformers, or whatever y'all want to relate to them as, people who was born one way but choose to be the other way, because now they're getting into white womanhood, where she goes into this, you hurt my feelings, I don't want to be embarrassed, and have gotten many black men arrested and or murdered, and sisters arrested and also dealt with and raped and everything else. My feelings, fuck your feelings. Let me summons two to give to, for real. This isn't about feelings. This isn't about what somebody like or don't like. This is not a popularity contest. This is a fight for our very existence as women. This is an erasure white supremacist agenda that is being pushed forward on us. And you're damn straight is also a direct attack on our men. Um, on our men, because they want to label them one way and this way, and you're right, toxicity, that should not be applied to neither man nor woman. You could say bad behavior or toxic behavior, or in a toxic relationship, but what you won't do is label a human being toxic because of their sex or their gender that they were born into, you know man or woman, boy or girl. And we have to stand strong against these poor chop feminists, because they are the ones who unfortunately has the biggest megaphones and these platforms, because they're being supported by um, all the billion dollar corporations like Steros and things of that nature with BLM, and we already know that. So we have to stand strong, and we have to fight back, and we have to voice our opinions. We need to um, Storm Brigade in writing to these medias that push this homosexuality, showing same sex relationships more than they show heterosexual relationships. Anything that goes off red, pink, or other concerning our children, we dang sure have to stand strong on that, and going into these school meetings and boards and making sure we stand firm on, if you're not from our lineage, you have no business moving your soup coolers to say anything concerning our lineage. And just stand firm on that and realize that we are fighting against the machine, because they have came over and bowed down to white supremacy, to be assimilated into that, to be against us. And they're not the only ones. You have these bumper classes too that open their mouth and bump their funky sewage mouths. So we also have to stand strong with that. And you're right. If we get on one accord as women, um, FBA women to be exact, we there's nothing that we can't do and overturn, because it always um, we're the energy behind the might and the pull of our men. And when we all stand together, there's nothing, no one can beat us. And it's going to take us both. But this is definitely something that women have to take the lead on and be the voice on, because it's attacking us and trying to erase us. And in terms trying to destroy our family. And then men have to be there to be the strength that we need in case they want to be froggy. So we have to just be on that, on one accord with that. And I'll yield my time. Thank you.
Facts, facts. Thank you for those words, sis. We have to change the narrative. It's our job to change the narrative. We put ourselves in the situation. We don't really have control over anything more than ourselves. But when we let other people close, well, that's a problem. They shouldn't be comfortable so close. They should actually be very uncomfortable. Um, and I'm not saying you can't do what you want to do, but I guess I am saying you can't do what you want to do. Like, there is a sacrifice that needs to be made right now. Everybody needs to make a sacrifice, because what does your existence mean to you? And if you're saying you still want to be here, or if you've got children, or if you appreciate our role in the story that is life, then you've got a job to do. And how people refer to us and what we're accepting, all that shit matters. It all matters. Boda, I think it's on you, and then I think Lisa or Lonnie, one of them.
It's on Butter first, and then we should do. Yeah, you're right, Lisa Alani. But before y'all go, I just want to say, like, we can't ignore it anymore. That's the thing. Like we can't just ignore this no more. It's literally on our front doorsteps, in our lap. I know, feminine women, this is crazy because this is out of your realm. You're like, I just wanted to raise my family. I was doing this amount of my business, but now this is on our doorstep. It is in our backyard. It's creeping in our house, and so we have to do something. Like, and so that's what I'm saying. It's an emergency at this point, y'all. Yeah, I know how we do. We black folks, like, this shit is crazy to me, because I'm like, do we not got enough stuff on our plate? Here's this thing, this extra thing. I'm on a diet. I need nothing else on my plate. I don't want the extra gravy. No, thank you. But at this point, like, we got to do this, because it's life or death at this point. And that's all I wanted to say. It's on you, Big Boulder.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to the sisters. Eve, you a real one for holding this space because it's real important. I'm gonna answer the question. Is sis a slur? It's it's an epithet. It's only been used as a slur lately. They insult our intelligence for not accepting that language. Like, don't call me sis. They've been calling men sis. I'm like, what you trying to do? Call me a sissy? I ain't no sissy, punk.
Boda, that's what I'm saying. Like, when I heard that, I thought immediately that they was calling y'all sissies. And then I was like, it's not that. Like, I know it's not that. It's something else. But, then you start looking at these definitions and these new words. There's
Yeah,
power in defining things, and then you start accepting their definition, then you are powerless. We're delineating because there's power in defining things. Like, the shit is circular and people are accepting it one place and then they're not accepting it in another place. I would love for a transformer to come up here and try to make me understand what they're confused about, because I think it would be easier for me to help them be unconfused, or at least for them to know that there's a lot more of me than there are of them, And when they know that, then maybe they won't feel so cool just trying to make us accept their confusion, right? Go ahead.
Yeah, that's real talk. But hey, I'm gonna wrap up real quick. I'm gonna get straight to the point. This is more of an important conversation for the ladies to have because I've seen more of the dudes with wigs on, the Transformers getting bold and having online conflicts with women. Now, y'all have to be careful about just, out of sympathy, accepting them as one of the girls because when conflict starts and a fight starts or something, they going to try to fight like it's a woman on woman when they got male genetics and stuff. Just because they scratching and pulling hair, they still got a man's strength. And so, that's when the brothers step up and like, we're not doing that. We're not gonna have a dude that transition trying to fight a woman that been a woman from birth. That's when I'm gonna step in like, hey, bro, you gotta chill out, or not even call him bruh, But this thing is something recent. This transformer stuff is something recent. This is not a part of our FBA history. We don't have no 400-year history of being trans. You see what I'm saying? This is something that was introduced
Actually,
to us.
actually, I can't tell you that that's real because buck breaking, they've disgendered us, degendered us. I can't think of what the word is. Somebody who's better with English than me can give you the word, but they did that to us when they had little boys being bed warmers and cutting off nut sacks. You got to think about George Washington Carver. Like the whole buck breaking, that is there, but you know, accepting your trauma is, I guess, pimping and on the low, because if you accept what's going on with you, then maybe you can make some money off of it. And I've seen some things about they'll try to say, well, there's always been gay black men, and it's like, well, why are they like that? I think that matters more than the fact that you're going to show me that there was a gay black man 200 years ago or whatever like that. So I don't know, just a little pushback there. I think that that's there, but it's the trauma that people don't want to speak to. They don't want to accept that some shit happened to them, and they need to heal. They don't want to heal, they just want to accept. It's easier to just accept, right? But that's why we're in this confusing land right now.
Yeah, I ain't want to interrupt you or nothing, but yeah, just to land my plane, man, like we got to be real careful with how these conflicts go. Like we don't have to agree on everything as far as one of the trans people or something, but we're not going to have language forced on us. Like everybody don't accept that cis stuff. So the trans people, if that's your language, don't try to force it on somebody that's not accepting it. You see what I'm saying? Like you can live your life. We ain't stopping you from doing nothing, but you're not gonna always be able to come over and call somebody cis or cisgender without getting some pushback or them taking it as disrespect. You see what I'm saying? Everybody lifestyle don't have to be yours. So I'm gonna land my plane there. And y'all be blessed, man.
Appreciate those words. Everybody's lifestyle. That's that's what I'm saying. Like that's a problem. They got us out here, not us. They got people out here saying that there's more than two genders. Pause. What do you mean that there's more than two genders? Unless you're gonna sit here and say that hermaphrodites are another gender. That I will accept. So there are three genders. There's the man, there's the woman, and then there's the one that was born with both. From there, that's it. Like, so, all these different lifestyles, like a lifestyle to me, that sounds like I'm cool with it, and I'm not cool with it. I'm not cool with the drag library stories. I'm not cool with the gay pride parades where there's kids there and you see that there's kids there and you don't do anything to shield them from what it is that you're doing. Like, okay, you were out there, you was about to do something, but you see that there's kids there. You're not going to protect them. Like, I don't okay, like I guess it's like if you were at a bar, like, and you see a baby at a bar, you still gonna sit there and smoke your cigar? And I mean, I guess you could, but really? Like, I mean, no, it's not your kid, but damn, like we've got zero decency for the people around us because you gotta do you and I gotta be cool with you doing you. Nah, I'm not cool with you doing you at all. And I think that right now we've been so cool with people doing them because we don't want people to call us out for what we're doing or not doing. And it's okay. Like, you got work to do. I got work to do. We got work to do. We can do work. We can do it together. It's okay. Like, you're not about to die. And if you are about to die, then you need to talk to somebody. And I guess, there's people here who you can talk to. We don't necessarily keep the mic from anybody. So, speak your speech or whatever. But Empress, do you know if it was Lisa or Lonnie, or
So
Lisa or Lonnie? Do you know if it was
So
you?
there, so before we pick between the two, because that's literally who's next. It's Lisa and Lonnie. Those are the next two. There are a lot of hands up, and there are people in the queue. So, if it's okay with y'all, like if y'all speak your speak, and you can come back up. Eve has said that multiple times. We're going to just drop you down and bring you up because it's people in the queue. But yes, it's between Lisa and Lonnie. Ladies, you can offer. Hopefully, we'll keep everything down. I think Eve said like 1 or 2 minutes. Say what you got to say and make sure you get to the point because everybody wants to speak. This is very important. Sis is a slur to me. To me, it's a slur, and I'm glad that the ladies are coming up here to talk about it. So, peace, sister Lisa. Peace, sister Lonnie. I'm actually not sure Eve who's next. I'm just trying to make sure everybody can get their hand up here. Please put your hands up also.
Lisa can go right now. It's okay.
Thank you, sis. And I mean sis with the black power fist behind
I'm
it.
saying, see, don't you hate that we
I
gotta
mean,
that now? Like, I mean, like, come
we got a
on.
disclaimer, and I mean sis with the sis. I mean
I
sis.
mean, SIS. Peace, Lisa. Sis is a slur. Does biology matter?
Yes, thank you so much for hosting the space. Bear with me, I'm overcoming a sore throat. Yes, cis is a slur. Biology definitely matters. Eve, I sent you something to the Jumbotron because for some reason it would only let me retweet your space in the Jumbotron. I was on Instagram and a couple of people kept trying to break down the term and the definition to me, and I find that hugely disrespectful. Like, first of all, it's not about the definition or the meaning of the word cis, it's the sentiments behind it on why it's being juxtaposed on us now. That's what I take issue with. Like, I need to know what the sentiments are, I need to know what is your intent? And they're trying to drop that trans word and only identify as woman. So then it gets me thinking about my family after I'm gone. I have a 5-year-old. I don't want her to be in an existence where she cannot use the word woman. Absolutely not. I think about it like that. It's serious.
Yes, ma'am. It is deathly serious. And when I
Well,
say it's only our lives, I really mean that. And shout out to you and your Minnie and wanting to be a good example for her because that matters. And we shouldn't be uncomfortable having these conversations, but the dominant society will have you out here feeling crazy because everything around you is accepting it. You go to the grocery store and the person bagging your groceries, you don't know, and then as soon as you don't know, you know. So
I look at them
there's
like they're
that. You know.
Decepticons. I look at them like they're Decepticons.
That's
Because
what I'm saying.
actually,
Like, so you a whole transformer out here, and it's cool. You might be the best grocer out here. You can stock them damn tomatoes, and you can bag them groceries. Because really, let's be honest. That's the whole skill. Some people will put the eggs with a head of cabbage, and that's like, yo, like you out here trying to make me break my eggs. Like, some people don't understand the art of bagging groceries, so I get that, but if you're out here about to tell me that I have to call you she and your name tag says Sally, but you have a whole beard and you sound like my daddy, like, I don't know. And then if you out here trying to sound like not who you are and you don't necessarily look the part, I don't know. It's just a lot of deception. And that's rapey to me. Like, they want us to accept rape, Lisa. That's where we are.
right.
People are saying that rape is just penetration, and I get it. I'm not trying to belittle the act that is to be raped, but I am saying that to force this confusion on us and then we're having to navigate through this with children, and then they're so innocent. We don't want to jade them, but how do you keep them safe? You keep them safe
And
calling it
that's
what
right
it
there,
is.
Eve. And that's how you know that these people are not women. Where's the grace? Like, goddamn, you do got a full beard and size 15 shoes. Can I just take it in a moment? Like, goddamn, you want me to, where you have no grace. You know nothing about being a woman. You don't even, you just enforce me to be like, damn, I can't even be like, well, let me process the shit first.
No,
It's
and then
crazy.
but that's just on the low end, Empress. On the high end, they're telling men that they have to accept them as women, and that's rape
Yes,
because
it
you
is.
get
And
into this whole
deception.
relationship because he knows you, because he is you. And I get to all the men who've been tricked. I get that that's a very slippery slope because you out here dealing with a whole nigga. Like he knows you. Like y'all the same essentially, so he knows what you like. But then how did you not know that he wasn't me? Like that
Yeah.
that's a problem. But so the thirst is real, maybe, and maybe y'all need to be a little bit more disciplined. But I get that they can trick you because they know what to say. But then when they don't know what to say, that's when they want to fight, and it's always up against us. The shit is not fair. Is all of it puts us at a disadvantage, Lisa. So shout out to you. I thank
I
you for
just had
coming up.
one more. I
Go
just had
ahead.
one more thing to add,
Yeah,
and then
go
I'll
ahead.
land. If you could just check your DM, Eve, and add that to the jumbotron, that would be really nice because it's going to help what I'm talking about next. So that this gender term was created by a scientist that was okay with pedophilia. Why in the hell would I or any of us get behind that term from a man that was okay with adults having sex with children? I'm never, ever, ever going to support anything like that and then put that term onto thyself. No thanks.
Definitely, definitely. All right, I got your DM. I will add that to the jumbo. It is definitely something people should check out. Um,
It's
it
Miss
is all
Lalonde.
it is all about the children. It's all about the kids. They want the babies. It's on some weird sacrificial type shit, for real, for real. Like it's demonic. But I know y'all not really trying to go there tonight. I'm not really trying to
No,
go there
no, no.
tonight, but I mean
I just wanted people to see it because I brought it up.
you're right. No,
And
I'm about to add it. I'm about to add it. So
yeah, and
uh,
we're gonna, and
thank you
us
for
women, we're just gonna have to organize like how SAG is doing right now and get out there and make it illegal for them to try to juxtapose that term onto us and make it a felony, just like they're doing with pronouns. So that's what we're gonna have to do is we're getting to that point.
facts. It's already illegal to say the Wuhan virus, but
Yeah.
you can call somebody a nigga with the hard R. Like the laws are not the same across the board. So for
Facts.
sure, I agree with you.
Yeah.
We need to be enforcing what's already out there, and the only way we can do, I think, Black women can do it. I think that y'all know you have it in you to be that sound. You know how to be that sound. You've done it before. You just need to direct it to them people, and then I think things will change. But are there enough of us out here who are willing to make that sacrifice? Because it means that you got to stop fucking with him and start fucking with them people. And I don't mean it like how some of y'all probably got confused about that. I mean, like, all of the nagging and all of that lip that you got for him, you need to direct it to where it needs to be directed and watch things change. So
I
Use it
saw
for
that
good.
too. I saw that
Use it.
too on Instagram. Women saying that they get attacked more by black men and not getting attacked by trans. Excuse me, that is. What are you talking about? It just doesn't make sense. It's so confusing.
facts, facts. Peace, Lonnie. Welcome, welcome. Is cis a slur? Does biology matter, sis?
Yes, biology definitely does matter. First of all, actually, thank you for hosting this space. Sometimes when you're talking about these issues, it's easy to feel like you're the only one or that you're one of few. But the more that you speak about it, the more you attract people who have the same mindset. So I'm glad that you hosted this. It was very, very necessary. To answer your question, yes, biology absolutely matters. When it comes to the word cis, I do think it's used derisively a lot of the time, but what it really is, and I was talking about this earlier, is it's ideological language. This is like a religion for them. And so when you use that word, you're essentially implying that you adhere to this religion. You adhere to the idea that you can be assigned a gender at birth instead of sex being observed, like we all knew up until like 20 minutes ago. And you essentially adhere to this idea that you have this inner uh, essence inside of you that may or may not match your body. That's like, it's religious. And so the reason why I reject that word is because I don't believe in that religion. Like I don't believe in it. And
Amen to that. Go
exactly.
ahead.
So, you have these people who are, for lack of a better word, recruiting into their cult. And essentially, what they need you to do is accept the ideological language. You have to start speaking like them in order to start thinking like them. Once you start thinking like them, then you start to adopt their ideas, and it goes from there. So, rejecting that term is deeper than just, I don't want to be called that. You have to actually reject the religion itself. And so, I do think that's a problem. When it comes to that particular religion, it doesn't have any values. And that's, I think, where a lot of people tend to get stuck. They're stuck on, and this is the reason why they say, oh, trans people genocide and they're killing themselves and doing all this and doing all that. They have to rely on emotional appeal because the religion itself has no values. Well, actually it does. The only values it has is you cannot judge. Judging is a sin, and you have to accept. Accepting is a virtue. So you're teaching people that you cannot judge anything, you have to accept everything. So people are turning off their brains. They are not critically thinking anymore, which is what judgment is, thinking for yourself. And they're accepting. They're accepting everything. And the more that you accept, the more that needs to be accepted. And it's going to keep going further. Like somebody said earlier, I think it was you actually. But you give them an inch, they'll take a mile. The more you accept, the more they're going to force you to accept. And you're going to have to keep accepting because that's the virtue. That's how you become a priest of this religion. And you cannot judge. You cannot think for yourself. Thoughts are harmful. So you're teaching this. Not only are you teaching this to adults, you're teaching this to children. So you're starting them off early, not being able to process anything critically, and we're the next generation is kind of screwed in that regard. So everybody, I guess every generation screws up the next in some way, but it's a religion. So that's how I see it. I don't necessarily see it as a slur. I see it as religious language, and I'm an atheist of that one. But in regards to that particular belief system, one thing that I've found, and I'm going to tie this back into the community, I found that it's Black women that are the mules for this community. They're the ones that carry it on their backs. I've had this conversation on the timeline many times. Nobody, and I mean nobody, attacks me more than Black women. It's them. It's the women that say, "Oh, I mean, even dogs get periods. Shut up. It's not even that deep." It's them. And I talked
Pause.
about
Hold
this.
up. Hold up. Wait a minute.
Oh, you don't
You
know what I'm talking
said
about? Uh-oh.
no. I mean, that's astounding to me because I've really only seen the pushback from the Transformers. Like I
Oh.
see a lot. I mean, in real life, I see people very accepting. They don't want to. They got a cousin or uncle or whatever. They go to Medea. They cool with the person at the hair salon or whatever. They got a nail tech or whatever. Like I see that, but you telling me that
Oh no,
online.
my sweet summer child. It's terrible. It's not it's not good. It's not good, okay? And this was the thing that I was talking about. It's Black women that have not only endorsed this, they've internalized it. It's Black women, you will not believe this. It's Black women on the timeline telling other Black women that they don't really count as women. They were never, because white supremacists or white feminists or whoever didn't see us as women for racist reasons, not because we weren't actually women.
Facts, correct.
That,
Yes,
like,
ma'am.
they decide, hey, they
They
say,
have
hey,
turned it into plebiscite babble. They literally turned it
it
into plebiscite
exactly.
babble.
Exactly. They turned it into it, like I literally started a folder of Black women saying, You know, you were never women. You're always going to be masculine. When you walk outside with your 4C hair, niggas are going to clock you too. Da, 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 da. Like, wow.
Whoa.
Tell us how you really feel.
I
Yeah.
mean, talk
Yeah.
Eve, I'm about
about
to send you something. I'm
self-hate.
about to send you something, Eve. That is what it is. That's what I was
Yep.
asking about. Now
Right.
it's a black issue.
Oh
God
yeah. Oh
damn.
yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay, so
I'm
there's
very entrenched in the space. The space, you know, this particular issue means a lot to me. It's a personal issue that I deeply resonate with because I've had experiences, you know, back in, you know, when I was in college of being in a pyramid scheme which had the same type of manipulation tactics that this one does, that this particular cult does. It's the same thing. They blackmail, they love bomb you, they, you know, tell you how to, they double speak, they're teaching you different words and teaching you that everybody who contradicts your ideas are harmful. Like it's the same thing, it's a pattern. And I'm watching it play out in real time. And the people, nobody who's in a cult thinks they're in a cult. That's what makes it fun, you know? So they have no idea. They're just accepting these ideas as truth. They say all the trans people are killing themselves. They're just going to take that, and it's people speaking that's killing them. So you can't speak, obviously, because it's genocide. So this is like it's literally like a cult, and it's like watching it play out really affects me because I'm not stupid. I'm not a stupid person. And even I was able to be manipulated in something like that. So you have people who are regular minded individuals who are getting sucked into this because it's emotional. It's an emotional appeal. They're looking for something, identity. They're looking to break free from the system or whatever they're looking for. This cult provides it and it doesn't give them anything else. So, you know, it's really affected black women to the point where they're spewing the same thing that they're saying the white supremacists do. Like they're literally calling other black women dirty. Their hair is dirty, they're dirty, they look like a man. Like black women and transphobia seem to go hand in hand now because oh, you weren't considered a man. So how dare you discriminate against the literal male that is actually a man? You're the same as him. You weren't seen as a woman, so how dare you discriminate against the guy with the penis? Like they literally internalize this within themselves. And it's so frustrating because I know so many black women that have fallen for this. My own sister has gotten into this mix and she's not as deep in it, but still, like, we've had conversations with her. It was just hard to get through to her because it was an emotional thing. She knows trans people. She's like, you want them to die? I'm like, it's not even like it's not even like that. But anyway, I just wanted to hop in here and say my piece real quick. I'm very grateful y'all are hosting this space. And I think that we do need to talk about this more because, like you guys have been saying, it's largely on the women. It really is. Women, while men have been trying to control the space, as in the men with skirts, they've been trying to dominate the space. Women have allowed it. They've enabled it. They've attacked other women for talking about it. It's on us now. So, you know, we need more women to actually speak up because they're going to push us around for as long as they think they can. So that's all I had to say.
yes, ma'am. I appreciate you coming up because, like I said, sometimes I think these spaces get shadow banned or blocked or whatever. I think uncomfortable conversations don't necessarily get out there, but then when they do, people who I don't normally get to talk to get to come through and speak their speech. And what a speech it was. Lonnie, you made me think about the new black media. I don't know if you listen or follow or whatever to the new black media. When I say that, I mean like Tariq or Professor Black Truth or TBA. But the religion of white supremacy, that is real. You are 1000% right. And Tariq kind of labeled it like that. And when I looked at it like that, I was like, absolutely, you start looking at what builds a religion and it's like it has all of the factors. So um, not being able to judge anything or the critical thinking aspect, you can look at the public school system and see that they've removed critical thinking. So they're breeding little people who don't know how to make sense of what's going on around them. They just have to accept it. And then you think about the public school system, and they're actually having situations where it's okay that Billy doesn't want to be Billy anymore. He wants to be Sally, and the teacher is accepting it. And in certain states, if you're the parent of Billy and you don't want him to be Sally, you're going to get in trouble because Billy's going to go to school and tell his teacher that he wants to be Sally and mommy and daddy are not accepting. And now you're in CPS court because biology doesn't matter. No, biology absolutely matters. We need to be protecting, maybe not Billy, but that was just the most generic boy name that I could come up with. Y'all gotta help me. What's a boy generic name? Tyrone? I don't know. All right, it's Tyrone. Tyrone. See, I don't even want to say Tyrone wants to be Sasha. Like that, I
Oh,
don't
Tyrone, they
say
cloned
some
him.
shit like that. Like, I just, whatever. Billy being Sally seems more accurate, but the babies, it's not fair that these parents are able to force this trauma on these children. Professor Black Truth says that there's power in saying no. And we're not used to that because we're not used to having power. But as soon as you start saying no, then people are going to hold you to that. So you just got to be ready. And I appreciate everything that you said, Lonnie. So I plan on having more spaces like this. Please always come through, speak your speech, tag me in some of these things that you're having to deal with by yourself. Because no, you're not alone. We're out here, and the all these people who think that they're able to hide behind their keyboard, we're very good at making people uncomfortable, to the point where just basic language gets you flagged. And I take pride in that. I didn't curse at you, I didn't call you anything bad, but you just felt so bad about your life that I called out that now I'm in Twitter timeout. Okay, I'll take my little penalty box shot, whatever, it's cool. But yeah. Empress, do you know who was next?
Okay, so again, once you're finished speaking, because there's a lot of people in the queue, you guys. Just we want to drop you down. So, we have what's my guy? The Negro Black Knights, right? He needs to go. And then after that, we have I think it's JoJo, and then ma'am, I do not know your name because you have the
Actually,
Virgo
the
Vixen.
Virgo Vixen
We have
was
Virgo
up
Vixen.
and then came down. I think she dropped down and then she came back up. So
Okay,
can we go the Negro Black Knights and then the Virgo Vixen?
that sounds great. And then we can do a new line after that. But please put your hands up. And again, everybody, once you speak, we're gonna drop you down. There's a lot of people in the queue. This is a good
But
topic, right?
actually, Lonnie can stay up if she wants to stay up. I really want, if she has a response to anything. Because for real, if people don't agree with what we're talking about, this is a good time for you to say something, because I feel like it's just a self correction. And if you're in a safe space, really, I'm not out here trying to fight you. So this is a safe space. But maybe you're just not, you, you live in one way because you feel like you have to, or you feel like you're supposed to, or you've just not had a good example. I don't know, but I think that um, you should be able to come up and say something, and then we can start that dialogue. Because at the end of the day, I'm gonna call you what you are, so just know that there's people out here like me who aren't gonna let you just try to take my name. No, I'm me and you're you, and you will be you. But if you want me to be nice about it, Jerome, and you want to be Shaquita, then you will be the boy Shaquita. I mean, like, that's as nice as I can get about it. Like, you still are a boy, or you used to be a boy. You don't want to be a boy anymore. That's where we are. Like, it's is this too much?
Eve gonna throw hands, y'all. You ready?
But I'm saying, like, I'm saying, I know my mouth is gonna get me in trouble. So to the men around me, I'm sorry, but these nigga bitches, I shouldn't have to fight them. Y'all should fight them, because I know that they're gonna want to fight me, because that's where it always goes. Like, they can't take it, so they go to what's natural. And just on that alone should mean that you don't even accept you as you, because
There
you're
you
going with
go.
your biology.
That
Biology.
is it right there. That's it right there. You don't even want you fight me because you know you a man, like that right there. Just
I'm
that
saying,
alone.
like, there you go. So, um, the
Um,
Negro Black Knights, go ahead.
Yes, Black Knights.
hey, ladies, how's it going? I like the conversation. I really think that this conversation should be led by women with sense such as y'all. Some of the spaces I've been to, even when guys try to lead the discussion, it gets derailed and they want to give trans a platform, and that's not the look. That ain't the move, player. But that's not what I want to talk about. I just want to grab the mic and just give a suggestion. I would strongly suggest that women in our lineage boycott these LBGTQ makeup artists off the rip, as well as them Asian hair salons and them nail techs, and start working and cooperating with your own sisters. That will be my uplifting suggestion from the Negro Black Knights Heritage Club for me to you guys, because I want to see the lineage strive and survive, and also redirect those dollars and put it into your sister hand and your brother's hand instead of putting it into the other man's hand. Y'all dig what I'm talking about, if you know what I'm talking about. So those are some of the things I wanted to suggest. The other thing is there's a sister named Sister Kimberly. She put together a lovely little act together for those people in that community, and it's based off of Sigmund Freud. Those individuals are mentally imbalanced. They have certain chemicals that they're ingesting, and we don't know the ramifications of that when they come and interacting with our community. Nobody's not talking on that level, family, because we really don't like what's going on. Um, we see how they from Shaquilla Jackson, where that young woman was assaulted by a trans man, by a trans whatever, but he was a male. He killed that woman, but yet still they can make laws on behalf of them and protect them. And I find that very problematic. And they're not just attacking our women's family. They're not just attacking they're attacking our children when they feel like they mispronounce a gender word or whatever, and they're attacking our children. That's not cool with me. I got a nephew that's in middle school age, and that they feel very comfortable doing that. So those are some of the things I see. Those are things that should be addressed legally and physically. And sisters need to be supporting those brothers if they're getting physical now. We don't want to have an incident where the brother bring a brick to the Chinese thing, and y'all don't want to bail the brother out, or y'all talk smack on the brother. We can't have that either. We can't have that, because there are a lot of brothers that's on code that's ready to throw that center block. If you get what I'm saying, they're ready to drop that center block like Looney Tunes or with the anvil and all that. So I'm just letting y'all know what the real is, and letting you know where the repercussions that come along with those, with the set that we're moving in. If you get what I'm saying, it has to you have to work together. You have to work together now, family. So with that being said, please boycott the nearest Chinese whatever spot near you, as well as do not hire a funny bunny to do your makeup. Holler at your sister to get your braids and your hair done. Peace.
I think those are wonderful suggestions. I 1000% agree with you. That's what Empress was talking about earlier. I guess there was a space yesterday where they were talking about the little funny bunny at the salon, and he was cool because he's sweeping the hair. He's got an eye for these things, and I'm not saying that there aren't men out here who do have an eye for these things. There are. There are men who can see aesthetically. And that doesn't make you a female. That doesn't make you a woman. It just means that you have an aesthetic approach to certain things. And you should be able to do whatever it is. But it doesn't mean, that has nothing to do with sex.
Just
That's
just
everything
Eve.
to do.
Just Eve, sister. I got a suggestion for those funny bunnies. Why don't they stick their behind up in their community? Since they feel so threatened from the Negro Black American community, stay away from my sisters, right? Go put the makeup on whatever funny bunny people that you're dealing with, and build your business over in the LBGTQ plus land, and keep your behind over there. Like what's wrong with that? What's wrong?
Well, see,
I'm
they
just
won't do that because
no,
they
but the
need to
thing
be
is, you sisters
accepted.
need to force them. You need to force them to. So y'all have your own. Y'all delineating against our community. So with that being said, you need to go work with with the rainbow flag salons.
Facts,
There's a
brother.
couple of them. There's a couple of them over there, and I got them couple in my neighborhood. You go put in a job application over there. Peace.
That's a fact. That's a whole word. I appreciate that. Yeah. No, they can't be comfortable. We've been talking about that all night. And different ways that I love your suggestions. Absolutely. There are black women out here who can do the damn thing. Like, I mean, there's black nail techs, there's black hairstylists, and you will have to pay because we're that good. But it doesn't mean that you should just be out here getting played. Like, I get that. So do your due diligence and find somebody who will work for you. But there's that many of us out here doing it that you will find your fit if it's that important to you. If it's that important to you to get your nails done, you don't need to go to Ling Ling and you don't need to go to Shanae. Like, it's cool. Like, she's out there. I promise. Like, it's, you just need to do your homework. And I'm all for the powernomics and the sharing of the resources internally. So definitely your suggestions are welcome and appreciated. So thank you.
And I just want to say one more, and then I'll shut up. The cis word, I look at it as a form of soft buck breaking against
Yeah,
our community
I saw them in
legally. Yeah,
response.
yeah. You know how I write my comments, family. You
Yeah.
know I just get,
No,
yo,
but
they
you're right. You're right. But it's the acceptance of it all. Like once you accept being cisgendered, like even though you might agree with the definition, yes, you are a woman, or I'm sorry, you're not a woman. I'm a woman. I'm a woman who accepts my identity from birth. That's what that means. But then I don't need to be called anything other than a woman because that's what a woman is. You are the person, not you, but you know, these people who are confused, they're the ones who want to be something else. So fine, be something else. Like this is where we get confused as a community because we're saying, well, the definition of this word is accurate, so I accept the word. No, we already have a word because, like, it's already been said by one of the sisters earlier. They want to phase out the whole trans part of it. They want to scratch that out, and they just want it to be woman and man, and you know you can just be born as whatever you are, and you can just pick to be whatever you are. You know, feline, canine, whatever, and everybody has to accept it, and I don't accept it, you don't accept it, we don't accept it. And you're right, everybody tonight has had some wonderful thoughts about what we should do about this cis being a slur. But if you don't agree, I mean, look, I'm not saying that we need to have an echo chamber. I'm saying that if you're confused, maybe I can help you, but I'm just Eve. I don't know. Let's see. The Virgo Vixen, I think it's on you.
It's Virgo Vixen, then it's JoJo.
Oh,
And
peace.
then it's me after JoJo.
All right, cool, cool. I yeah, y'all taking note of who goes next makes it easier for us. The Virgo Vixen, is cis a slur? Does biology matter?
Yes, it is a slur, and I feel like okay. So everybody, my name is Nee. I'm from New Orleans, Louisiana, and where I come from, we have a lot of gays here, and a lot of gays that dress flamboyant or dress like a girl or what have you. And Big Frida was on a show called College Hill, and he sat down and he had a conversation with the rapper Slim Thug, who's from Houston. And he says, "I want to have a conversation with you. I don't want to offend you. So what is the proper etiquette to use when speaking with you?" And Big Frida said, "Well, he's old school. All this new pronoun stuff is new to him." And just I'm 28, so me just growing up in New Orleans, like the gays here, it's kind of like they have a sense of knowing their place. They dress flamboyant, they dance. I don't know if y'all familiar with New Orleans bounce. They dance like women. Some of them are some of the most popular artists in that industry, and they know their place. They know that they are males. They know that they dress like women. They talk like women. They want to be women, but they know they are not women. And he says that in his family, he has kids and he's married. His kids address him as such. His sister may address him as brother or sister. He says he doesn't really hang out with people in his community. He hangs out with women. And we call him whatever we see fit. Like we might slip up and say, "Oh boy, you crazy," or "How you doing, girl," or something like that. He don't take offense to it because this is some new shit that they trying to push. I'm only 28 and he's 45. He's the same age as around my mother. This is some new shit. This is some new shit that they're trying to push, and I feel like it is a pedophilic agenda behind it, because the first thing that they try to do is promote this to the younger children, the Gen Z, and everybody behind them, because they so impressionable. And you can see that online on Twitter, how they act to certain things. Not all, but the majority of them. And I just feel like this is some new crazy shit that they trying to push. And when Lonnie, she really woke me up. When Lonnie was asking them, well, what does feeling like a woman mean? Or what does it mean to be a woman? They couldn't answer. They come with this word salad and all kind of fucking words. And I'm sorry, excuse my French, I curse like a sailor. They come with all kind of new words and word salads and pulling up shit from Wikipedia. A man is a man because he got a penis, and a woman is a fucking woman because she got a vagina and she can give birth and she has eggs and she has a uterus. And for them to say, oh, well, congratulations. Somebody told me, congratulations, you're a woman. You was born with a pussy. That ain't nothing. Okay, so if it does not mean nothing and it's just a feeling and you just want to live your life, why not just live your life and just be? Why do you want to dress like a woman? Why do you want to talk like a woman? Why do you want to look like a woman? Why do you want to change your female anatomy? Why? Why not create your own space, come up with your own names, create your own bathrooms? I mean, America has a lot of money. They listen to pretty much everything these people say because they play on women's emotion to get that sympathy. And they do that shit on Twitter too. I see all kind of things. They get donations and, oh, I'm such a poor trans this person. I need this. I've been kicked out. This shit is really crazy. This is some really, these people need to be locked up in a padded fucking room. Seriously, this is some crazy shit. Like, it's scary because I have two daughters, and my daughters, they asking me, well, why that man got on a dress? And, well, I like his hair pink. I like pink. So they're trying to figure out what the fuck is going on. And I'm like, me too. And I'm always respectful, and I'm not gonna lie. In the beginning, I was like, just leave them people alone. Let them live their life. If they want to dress like a man, let them dress like a man. If they want to dress like a woman, let them dress like a woman. And I could come around with the pronoun things. I mean, we use pronouns anyway when we talk, on a regular basis. But you can't get mad at me if I'm looking at you and you look like Mike and you want me to call you she and they and all that. I get confused. Shit. Like bear with me. Give me a damn minute.
That's
But
what I'm
And
sis,
saying, sis.
but
They
sis,
don't have they have no grace. They're not women. There's no grace. It's the
but
encroachment on me. It's not what you want to do. Live your life. That's what we're saying. But now it's encroaching on me and mine. So
right.
I gotta say something.
Facts. I guess I'm even pushing it a little bit further because live your life is encroaching on me. Like, I'm sorry. All of this acceptance is just, and you say your name is Nee?
Nay.
Nice to meet you.
Nice
And
to meet
I,
you too.
I love your accent.
Oh,
It's
thank
so
you.
wonderful.
Me
Yes.
too. New
Uh,
Orleans is probably my favorite of all of our accents. New Orleans
Pause.
and
Right,
California is number
right,
two.
right. And no homo. But I agree with you. Like the babies, you want them not to be jaded. They didn't choose. I'm gonna mute you because of a little bit of feedback, but please don't go because I want you to respond. The babies didn't choose to see any of what's going on. Like all of this is being forced on them, and we adults can compartmentalize what we're seeing, but then we have to decipher and decode this behavior that doesn't make sense. And why would we even be having conversation about sex at the grocery store or wherever it is that we are, where we're having to have a conversation because we're out and about in the world and people are just living their lives. And like you said, like they make things very confusing because the children, they see rainbows, especially little girls, they see rainbows and they're all like, I
I
love
love
all the colors.
rainbows.
I'm saying, like, it's so fucked up that they take little, little simple, basic things like a rainbow and make it perverted or make it, what's the word? What's the word? Let's just go with perverted right now. The rainbow, little girls love rainbows. They love all the colors. And then pink, you see the dude at the store and he has on something that you wouldn't see your daddy wearing, but he's wearing it and you've never seen it before and it looks nice. So, it's a little kid. So they want to be nice. Children want to be nice. I think that children really want to be honest. And these children out here who want to be nice have already been told that they can't say certain things. So I'm the parent that, or at least I try to be the parent who tells them to just go and then, help them understand whatever it is that's going on. You see a dude in a dress, that's a dude in a dress. You see something questionable, or I see something questionable, I'm going to say something about it because they need to know that everything that you see might not be what you thought it was. Like, this is where we are. And then you get into the bathroom with one of these perverts, and he's really not out here trying to be no lady. He's really out here trying to fuck somebody. And it's your child that he happens across, but you're cool with him at the salon, but you're not cool with him for real, because you don't really know what he's out here trying to do. It's too much confusion. So um I hear you. I think that we need to do something. You're only 28, so you're a little bit younger than I am. Maybe a lot a bit younger than I am. I haven't done the math just yet. Maybe 10 years younger than me. I think that we need to have these conversations, me and you, and then you and the minis, and then me and the elders or whatever. Like, I didn't do it to us, Nee. They did it to us, and we, the people who are having to deal with what's going on, have to say no. Professor Black Truth just talked about it. I'm sorry to keep just going on about him, but he just talked about the power of saying no. That this shit is real. That's why if you say no, you can call it rape. But if you don't say no, it's not rape. So really, where are we? Or how much does it matter to you? Not specifically to you, Nee, but just to you in general, people who are listening or whatever. Like, are we going to accept what's going on? Are you not going to say no? Because I think that's where we are. We're getting fucked, and we didn't really say no. We kind of was just like, that's fucked up. Like, you didn't mean it. Like, it should have been a hard no. But you were like, um, all right. Maybe you've not been there. Maybe it's just me. All right, all right. I will own that. I'll eat that. But Nee, did you have any final thoughts before we move to another speaker?
Yes, and I've caught a lot of people saying some crazy shit in Lonnie's comments, and I screenshot it. And when I said I feel like it's a sick agenda they're trying to push, and pedophilic is right behind it, somebody commented, and I reported the comment, but I made sure I screenshot it, and the username is the real Jane 5. And that person said, fight all you want, it is futile. We will trans your children, and when your generations of trans children grow, they will destroy every inkling of Western culture you once loved. And I'm like, see, they try to say, oh, we just want to live, and we just want to be people. And no, that's the agenda right there. And then the first thing they do when they get into with a woman, or a black woman at that, the first thing they say is they try to come for our features. So, well, you look trans, or well, you look like a man, or they get aggressive. And I'm like, but I thought it was about sisterhood and you wanted to be respected. It's no respect from the gate. It's no respect from the gate at all. Like, I feel like you just telling me, well, this is how I feel, and I want you to feel this way too. And if you don't, you're mean. Like a child. Like, well, I saw you with that toy first, but if you don't share with me, you're mean. I
It's
don't
even
fucking
bigger than that, sis,
subscribe to
because they're
that.
men and they can strong arm you. You see what I'm saying? The
Right.
men say that the trans men, or that's what we're gonna call them, the women that are biological women that go to men's spaces, they don't come with all that energy because they know they'll be met with violence. You
Yes.
ain't about to do that. So yeah, they gonna strong arm you. They coming with their body. Isn't that misogynistic? Y'all know I'm
Right.
learning words today, but is
Right.
that what that is?
Right. That is misogynistic. And that's why I feel like this is some really some sick shit, and we got to put a stop to this. Like, even with the whole bathroom thing, when they were saying, I'm thinking about people that's children, and then vulnerable people, and just people in general. Like, they got some sick twisted motherfuckers, and they will use that to their advantage.
And Flame Monroe is another old school trans that does not play all those names and bullshit.
Yeah,
And he has
yeah,
children.
yeah. I
He
wanted
say
to speak on that
he
part.
love women.
The old school gays, they are not out here trying to be us,
These
and
people
they've
want to
been
be
very
seahorses. That's what they think they seahorses. They think they male seahorses. That's what they want to be. That's what I call them. A damn seahorse.
That's another good way to put it. So they are either a transformer or a seahorse, but they're
Yes.
subjecting us to this degeneracy. And until you call it out, Black women, that's really, we are the community that they feel so comfortable around, us and the white zaddy. Because, like, they can go to work and feel hella comfortable because they'll get the promotion, they'll get the raise. They're not a threat to the status quo at work, and they're actually going to be shitting on everybody that's kind of normal because they want to kind of get ahead. So we have to be very comfortable, and if you're not comfortable, maybe it's because you don't have the right
These people
verbiage.
are mentally ill and deluded. One of them was going so hard against Lonnie, and she missed a few of the things that they said. And his name is Brooklyn SV underscore. He said a woman with huge fake tits and a BBL and a rejuvenated vagina isn't supposed to have big tits, a big ass, or a tight vagina biologically. If she was, she'd have them naturally. So what they're doing is trying to say, well, what's wrong with changing the anatomy when you guys get BBLs? We're
Hold up.
already naturally women.
Hold up.
Right.
I've had
Already
twins.
natural.
I had
That
twins, and I
is
have a condition
wild.
called diastasis recti. So you damn right I'm gonna give me a fucking tummy tuck. If before I had the babies I was fine as wine, I'm gonna be fine as wine after. What are you saying? What does that have to do with anything? That is not the same. We were already naturally women. We're enhancing what the fuck we already have. It ain't modified, ain't made in a lab. What are you talking about? Like, let's make it make sense for real.
That's a word. The math needs to math. At least over here, the math will always math, or we will help you get to a direction where you will get the right formula so that you can figure it out. Because I don't think that this is rocket science. I know that
It's
some
not.
things are
It's
confusing,
very
but this shit is
straight to the
very
point.
basic.
You have a
Yes, it
penis,
is.
you are a man. I have a
And
vagina, I am a woman. I am not a birth giver. I am a mother, I gave birth. Period,
that
point
part,
blank. That's it.
I'm not a chest feeder. I can
Ain't
nourish
no milk coming
my
out no fake
baby.
ass breast. Like that
Bonus
shit don't
holes.
even make no sense.
Look,
Ain't no
Nee, they
milk coming
in
out
the
of there.
jumbo, look, you got to check it out. In the jumbo, they said that men can produce milk, so they should be able to breastfeed. And I don't give a damn. I'm sorry. I don't care if your chest produces milk. That's not your job. That's not your job. It's not your job.
Like with the
Even
whole
in the
period
event,
thing. Like you
well, see,
you're
and that, but that's
oh God.
that's even more unnatural. The breast milk thing, to me, they're trying to say that, well, that's just natural. If my body can do it already, I should be able to help it do what it's doing already. Fine, whatever. You're not supposed to be doing it, and you're forcing something that's not real. But to the period thing, they're taking pills and supplements
I
to
don't have to take
feel
pills and modify
exactly.
anything to be a woman. I woke up like this. I came
Exactly.
out the vagina like this. I'm already carrying the eggs that I'm going to give birth to. What are
Yes,
you
ma'am.
talking about? You don't
Biology.
have that. You cannot change biology. If that's the case, a horse is not a horse, a pig is not a pig. Come
There
on
you
now.
go. There you go. Biology matters. Words matter. And that's why they're trying to relabel things. And, they'll say, well, there's a word and there's a definition for it. And yeah, I agree with the definition of things being what they are. But no, sis, anything, no.
And these women that's sticking up for them, they're so blank brainwashed. They're not even seeing that these people are playing on the fact that they are biologically women. They are this was done in slavery. They playing on your emotions. They know that we are the most marginalized demographic on the planet. So we already kind of have in our hearts, well, we don't want to make nobody feel excluded. We don't want to talk down on nobody. Shit, we still trying to coexist in a world with motherfuckers who trying to tell us that we never mattered. So I feel
And
That's
that's
like,
why
facts.
we can't soft shoe. And I love that we're
right.
having this discussion because it's time out for soft shoeing. You can't be like, I'm gonna respect your pronouns while you encroaching on my womanhood. We gotta put our foot down. This soft shoeing is not gonna make it.
Disrespect.
And I already say I'm not a nice person. I'm kind. To be nice means to be foolish. I'll never be nice. I'm kind. So there's that. But I'm gonna give somebody else a chance to speak because I could go all night.
Now I appreciate you coming up and being bold. I think it takes courage for women to say that that enough is enough because there's accountability there. You know, if you're saying enough is enough, then you've accepted something and now you're not going to accept it anymore. And then
No
from
way.
there, we got to do something about it. So thank you for coming up and speaking.
And thank you guys for letting me speak. I really appreciate this space.
Nah, definitely, definitely. Shout out to you. Uh, I think you said it was JoJo next.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, peace, peace. What's up, Empress? What's up, E?
Cis is a slur. I know you think that cis is a slur and biology matters. I know you know biology matters. On the room though, can't you can't you see the correlation between these basic arguments and our fight for reparations? Because to me, it's all the same. All of this confusion is trying to get us off of what we need to be talking about because other places and other countries, I mean, they've never fought the way that we fought, but now they're kind of picking up on our cues. And then, but we're getting stuck on stupid over here with having to claim certain things. Would you agree?
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that. Because we're definitely at a time where this is imminent. Uh, the sisters, I'm gonna let y'all in on a little secret. Us brothers never like that shit. Like we talked about this shit in the barbershop. You know what I'm saying? Places y'all didn't go. So we always been down the ride. But for a while it was catered to, gatekept and all, protected, because some people have family members and stuff like that that live this lifestyle. You know what I'm saying? But now what has happened is they found a way into getting our people erased. See, it's just like delineation. Like when we calling everybody black when ain't nobody else black but black Americans. Well, what they're doing is with this transgenderism, they're calling women cis women, and they're trying to say transgenders are women. But and I'm gonna tell you, most of these people that are pushing this and saying this are not black Americans. You look at where they from. They had the Nigerian chick, she crashed out. You know what I'm saying? You had the Jamaican chick the other day, she crashed out. Um, excuse me. It is all about attacking us. Like we're always on the plate to get attacked. You know what I'm saying? Because we don't conform. We don't conform, and it's in us. And when we start to adopt their words, their language, that crap like pronouns and what are your pronouns and all that dumb shit. You know what I'm saying? Like this ain't ABCD. We knew what we was when we came out. When we came out the womb, our parents knew who the fuck we were. That was, and we grew up that way. You're not gonna have me confused on who the hell I am. You know what I'm saying? Like if you believe in a higher power, then you believe that that higher power didn't make no mistakes when you came. You know, um, it's all about delineation, man. We delineating and we delineating on all type of levels. The reason this one hit so hard is because of delineation being a very powerful substance that we've added to our lineage. We're delineating from all of the flat blackness. So now the sisters have to delineate from these tether men, right? The tether men that have been trying to cosplay as women. Yes, this is more of your fight, women, but we have your back. Sisters, this is more of your fight. We look, we can't keep taking L's. We can't keep taking L's. Do not be discouraged. This is the biggest this fight has ever been. This is the loudest I've heard sisters go at this thing. Like, it's been three spaces, big spaces this week with Black American sisters pushing back on this nonsense. I'm so proud of y'all. Like, I'm talking about, I'm truly and proud of y'all, for real, because we're waking up to the fact that this is a science, and when we realize that everything has a specific role and a specific part to play. Remember, everybody mimics the Black American. This right here was our fight from the get go. It's just it's right, it's reared its ugly head at us now. You know what I'm saying? It's time to chop it off. They're vulnerable. They're losing. They're trying to scream at us. It ain't working. Look at these people's flags. I'm telling you, it's tethers, Democrats, bed wenches, coons. It ain't none of our people that are standing up for reparations, lineage-based reparations anyway, because some motherfuckers don't even know what reparations is. And to the people that are new in the space and ain't been to a space where we delineate, Black Americans are only the ones that are Black Americans. Ain't no global blackness. You from the country you from. You from the nationality you from. You ethnically where you from. If you from Jamaica, you're Jamaican American. If you're from Nigeria, you're a Nigerian American. We're the only ones that have been classified as Black Americans. So we have to stop letting these people come around us and throwing that net. You know what I'm saying? This is an attack on Black Americans, not Black people. Ain't no such thing as a black skinned person. You get what I'm saying? You can be dark. You know what I mean? Ain't no race. We ain't going on race. Race is a social construct. You know what I'm saying? So that's how all this tied together. Lineage-based reparations is at the door. When we got stuff like this, when we delineated from crazy motherfuckers like this, that's when we know shit getting real. Shit getting real, y'all. You know what I'm saying? So lace up your bootstraps. Be ready. Sisters, I'm like for real, in your life, you got to start looking at these men that are transsexuals as people that hate you because they are the most misogynistic. You don't know who are behind these accounts, talking all that slander and all them slurs, calling you sis and saying you transphobic because you don't accept the idea that this man can be a woman. They shame you for telling the truth. We got to be aware, man. We got to be vigilant and we got to be alert, man. You know what I'm saying? So I want to continue to encourage our sisters to start opening, opening your mouth about this stuff, speaking out against it. We have to, y'all have to, because I've been called that shit out. You know what I'm saying? But men, our voice is not too loud on this because the thing is they hide behind our sisters. Now y'all got to push them away because guess what? They didn't like y'all from day one. They never liked y'all. They want to replace y'all. I can't say all of them, but it's just like the suspected white supremacists. We don't know they are white supremacists. We don't know if they're white supremacists, so we suspect. So I suspect that all of them hate women. Till you prove me otherwise. I'm gonna land my plane. Peace.
That's an excellent point, Joe. But I do want to say that while I do think that Black women need to be at the forefront, we're in this together. Like, we can't fight this by ourselves. So I do appreciate all the time when the men are coming and supporting when we're not stuck on stupid, because we do get stuck on stupid. I haven't been stuck on stupid in this regard, but I think that it's a slippery slope. And once you give an inch and people take a mile, how strong are you to take it back? And I think that people don't want to do the work to take it back. So the delineating of it all, I agree. And I guess to the community, that is people who don't want to accept biology as is. If you look at my profile and you look at my banner image, it says my pronouns are pay me. Hashtag cut the check. Like, you can be Black first. Like, I don't really care who you are. Not really. If you are me and I'm you, then we should be talking about the same things. But these people are not talking about the same thing. They're talking about something else. And then we get stuck on stupid talking about something else. And then everybody else gets what's owed to us because we were talking about something else. No, everything is what we know it to be. A man is a man, a woman is a woman. And if you don't want to be you, cool. But you're not going to cosplay as me. And you're going to know that there's people out here who will call you what you are and accept that. Get some help. Really, I guess that's my point for tonight. Get help. If you are that person, I'm not saying that's not my alarm. That's my oven because I'm hungry. Okay, sorry. I know the beeping. But if you are having issues with you, here's something that you can do. Here's biology matters. If you're a person who says that you want to create life, then you know that your pieces and parts work. But if you're a person who says that you want to create life, but you don't want to do it the way that it needs to be done, you need help. That is a huge red flag. And then from there, maybe once you get the help, you won't be out here trying to cut off your penis and balls or chop off your tits. Like, and I think that for what it's worth, I think the black man has it worse than the black woman because of the buck breaking of it all. I don't know that I can ever say that the trauma that is to be powerless when you're supposed to be the one in power. Like black women have never had that role, not like that. So to be buck broken, I think that that is a little bit harder. So to say that you don't want to be that anymore because you can't fulfill that role, um, that makes sense that you've got more men out here not wanting to be men anymore than you have women out here trying to be men. And then to that point, the the medical genocide of it all, they've got black women out here thinking that they've got cancer and chopping off their tits because they've got cancer, or taking out their uteruses
Yeah.
because they've got, problems. And I don't know if these problems are real or if they're manufactured or if they're just something that they're telling you, and you don't have the money or the resources to get a second opinion. So you just go because they told you it was urgent. You needed to do it now, but you are being disgendered all over the place. So whether you a person who doesn't want to be you anymore, or if you're a person who's accepted what they've told you is wrong, and then you didn't do any homework to find out if this is really something that's wrong, this is where we are. Biology matters to me, and maybe it does to you. So, the new speakers in the room, shout out to y'all for your patience. Y'all are such an example for me. I'm learning from y'all tonight, for real, for real. Like, thank you. And we're not gonna be here all night. So if you want to come up and speak, if you're a new speaker, please do that now. To the people who've already spoken, if you speak again, please keep it like at a minute. And then we'll try to get through the hands. To the women who want to speak tonight, shout out to y'all for being brave. Even if you don't agree, we haven't come across that just yet, but if you don't agree, I think that you're in a safe space and you can maybe get some learning, get some understanding, or I can help you get some help. Like, I don't necessarily have all the answers, but I know people who might have a better answer or might be able to explain it better than me. And some of these women in the space tonight are very articulate. You can seek help with them. I might not be your cup of tea. I don't know, but shout out to you for being in the space and speaking up tonight. Empress, do you know? Is it Miss Giselle?
So let's do it like this because there's a lot of hands up. And again, we're gonna say like once you speak, drop down. There's people in the queue. I want to do it in threes so that I can keep up with it. So here's the three. There's Brother Muko, Mr. Jesse Paris, and Miss Giselle. Now, gentlemen, you can yield to the lady if you like. Miss Giselle can go first, but it's that three as it is.
Yeah, I get
But before y'all go, I did want to say something to JoJo's point, and I just want to say this real quick, you guys. Okay, we knew this coming into this, right? We about black empowerment. We trying to get to the goal. That's reparations and dismantling white supremacy, right? We done dealt with the Asians. We done dealt with our black immigrants, or the tethers. You know what I'm saying? And this right here, now, this is not where I expected it to go. I knew we was going to deal with the rainbows, but I did not know it was going to come like this. But listen, all of this is on the yellow brick road to get to what we really need to get to, and that's dismantling white supremacy. And Brother Muko, are you proud of us? Look, we fighting all the demons at the same time. People be like, you can talk about black tethers and white supremacy. We're doing all the things. We're tackling it all, Brother Muko. It's on you, unless you want to yield to Miss Giselle. But it's that three. It's Jesse, Miss Giselle, and Brother Muko. That three group. Eve.
Hold up, before y'all go. Oh my god. Before y'all go, I was just scoping profiles because sometimes I do that before y'all speak, and then sometimes I do it after y'all speak. Lonnie is somebody new to me, and I'm looking at her profile. Have y'all seen her? And then people are out here talking about she looks like, or talking about her look because she's a dark skinned black woman. I think that is so low to talk about you in such a way that makes you uncomfortable in your skin. I just wanted to shine some light on that beautiful sister who came through and spoke, because I think they do that. There's all right, y'all are gonna hate me for this, but like Michelle Obama and Serena. Some people think that Michelle is Michael. All right, all right, all right. Whatever, 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 whatever. All right. And then some people with Serena, I know that she's a woman. She's birthed. All right, all right. Michelle has birthed people. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right. Okay, okay, okay. So to my point, the strong qualities. Ain't I a woman? Like, come on now. Just because you can do certain things or you have a certain look doesn't mean that you can give you away to a man because you can out bench him. Like, he probably should get stronger. A man weighing my weight should be able to bench and lift more than me. That's biology. Biology matters. So if you only benching what I'm benching, like you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing. Like you're underperforming. And as such, I'm gonna call you out on it. And you should have your own. Like, why can't they have a trans Olympics? Why can't they have a trans America? Actually, don't they have a trans America? All right, all right. I'm sorry. Giselle, did they say that you could go, Brother Muko, and then Jesse and Giselle? I know that was the three.
Yeah, I'm definitely to yield to my sister and my wife, and I'll go after.
Beautiful. Jesse, you cool there? Are you cool there?
I just wanted to say one thing. Appreciate the space. Um, yes, there is an agenda being pushed, Black family. Um, if you Google the Gay Manifesto 1973, majority of everything that's been discussed tonight will be listed on there. They are definitely first of all, cisgender is a slur, and we should not be tolerating it. The first time I heard it, I was like, "What the hell is this?" And they're like, "Oh, that means that you were born as the gender that you identify as." And I'm like, "What? I'm a man. I was born a boy. I grew into a man." What is so hard and difficult about that? But our great elder, Dr. Nellie Fuller, put it like the white supremacists are going to have 50 different genders. And he said this about 5, 6 years ago. And here we are in 2023. And it's coming to fruition. Also, our great elder, Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, said the same thing back in the 80s and 90s. I'm sorry, I'm dealing with a cold, Black family. But either way, this is an agenda being pushed. We need to fight back against it at all costs, Black family. This is detrimental to our survival as a people, because this is full out genocide that they're promoting, and they're doing it under the guise of acceptance. No, this is genocide. You want to us to kill ourselves because we know there's no life that's coming from two men uh, having relations with each other and two women having relations with one another. There's no life coming from that. So I don't even call it a lifestyle. I call it a death style because it's nothing but death that comes from that. And it's an alphabet agenda, and they're literally adding new letters to it month by month, year by year. They have like 10, 20 different flags. It's a straight up cult, like y'all were talking about earlier. So I just wanted to second everything I've been hearing in the space. Shout out to the New Black Media. Make sure y'all check me out, Frontline Black News and the Revolutionary Agenda, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Blog Talk Radio and YouTube and Facebook. Thank you for the space. And sisters, this is definitely y'all fight. Y'all need to stop condoning this ish. Let these it's, them, whatever the hell, because there's a whole chart on this shit if you really want to go down that rabbit hole. But yeah, whatever they identifying themselves as, make sure you correct them and put them in their place and let them know they can never be a woman. They cannot ovulate, they cannot menstruate, and they cannot produce children. Period. So thank you for the space. Y'all have a good night. Peace.
Peace to you. And definitely, they can't menstruate, they can't ovulate. It's it matters. It definitely matters. Biology matters. That's the whole point for this space. I know that Just Hilarious was in the news about some comments about womanhood, and that is why it's a hot topic right now, but it really should be a hot topic. It should. I don't know if that was unclear. It should be a hot topic in our community because they're trying to take it away from us. And once, okay, again, that's not the alarm, that's my oven because I'm hungry. It should be something that we're talking about because they're trying to confuse us. They're trying to rape our men, they're trying to take our babies, and they're trying to take us away from the equation. Once you do all of that, then we stop populating. If you've listened to the people in charge, they've slipped up and said many times about, decreasing the population and if the population stays under a certain number. And I don't have no tinfoil bonnet on or whatever, but I'm saying, like, if you just listen to these people, they're talking about our erasure in a big way. We're the only people who continue to grow. And if you look at the population, the global population, they're the only people in the red right now. So all over the world, they're kind of double dipping on their population when you think about all these different places that they're occupying. So it's leveled, our erasure and then their kind of insertion into who is who and what resources are being put into what communities. But right now, with us making a push for reparations, all of these other communities are trying to say, oh no, what about us? And it's like, some of y'all are us, so what type of treason? And if you're not comfortable calling it treason, then I'm looking at you too, because there's a reason why we haven't gotten what's ours yet. There's more of us than them. I don't I don't believe that it's not a self-inflicted wound. I think it is a self-inflicted wound, but we're not doing anything about it. But maybe we start doing something about it. Little things like cisgender and it look, here's something to the 100 or so people who've been in the space or whatever. If in your work profile you have she, her, and he, his in your signature, take that shit out. Do it tonight. You are you. And I'm sorry. Like, I don't give a damn that you have to, like, accept these social norms. Like, they would have to show me your policy, your work policy that says that you have to accept social norms or you'll be fired. And then I challenge you to that. Are you that sucky of an employee that you're not going to be able to say that a little thing like an email signature is going to keep you from your job? And if that's the case, then really you got work to do. That's why you shouldn't be working for these people anyway. Like, we really have work to do as a community. So, um, whether you've liked this conversation, you've not liked this conversation, I think that there are things that you can do to change the narrative. And it's so small, the little things that we can do to push the needle in our direction. But if you're not even thinking about it, then you're not going to do anything. So, shout out to y'all who've come through. Empress. Actually, no, I know. It's
Yeah.
just Giselle.
Wow.
That
When I
was
tell
funny,
you,
right?
you're enough. Um, Hilarious. You were saying every single thing that I was thinking over here in real life because we know kind of like I know a lot of people say, "Oh, you put yourself in this situation." That's another thing with this system of white supremacy. That's what puppet masters, good puppet masters, can hide the strings. Like we will not forget that it was the 90s and the 80s where you took the majority of our black youth and threw them into these foster care systems, put them on these drugs, and created these new variations of systems. Because we got to remember, all white supremacy is a collective of systems used to fight against us in every single way. Like, and in this situation, just like everything else, they use social conditioning systems, such as your job, like you just mentioned, school, public events, and like platforms, from musicians to just celebrity status. They get them to just say, "Hey, just throw this in your song," or "Just say this when you get on stage," or "Throw in a little black and brown." Just mention it a couple of times to make it trend, just like they do with social media. One person say something, then 50 billion other people are saying it, right? So they use these systems, and it's like white supremacy is like a big ass pot of stew, and all of these systems are the ingredients. So you don't want too much salt, because you want, when somebody tastes it, they're gonna say that's a lot of salt in there. So you're gonna just keep pouring a little bit here, let them taste it a little bit, see what the effect is, until they see it. If you recognize the salt in it, you got to put something else in there to cover up the salt. The key is we have to fight using their weapons. They're the ones that taught us you never fight fire with fire. That's a fucking lie. You absolutely fight fire with fire. We, every single thing. You said something, Eve, and I was like, that's the shit right there. And I'm going to say that because you said, you know what, my pronouns is pay me. You know what? That's some dope shit. I say my pronouns is I am my ancestors. Now what? Now you really gotta pay me because I'm those direct people, that direct bloodline that you affected the most. We
You
have
know,
to.
Giselle, on that point, real quick though, that's they're saying there are people when you think about Tulsa, you know, because that's a point of contention right now, like where they're actively saying no, there are no real life slaves and there are no real life slave owners, and I'm like, there is no statute of limitation on murder. So that's y'all's laws. We have to know the law, right? But people don't want it. People don't care about it, or they don't want to read. Giselle, what is it? Do
You're
they not
right.
want to read?
I think the thing is we got so much shit. These are all of the ingredients. We don't know which fucking one is the flavor. You know how you smell perfume? You go into Bath and Bodies, right? And you got all of these different lotions and you sniffing them and everything just starts smelling the same after a while. And you don't even know which one you want in a minute because you're like, I came in here for one thing. Now I'm in here looking at something else. I don't know which one smelled better because I didn't smell everything in here. And then in this instance, it's just a bunch of stinky shit. So you don't know what to clean up first. Whose shit is the stinkiest? And that's how we have to, like, that's the hardest thing. I think we got so much shit going on because not only are they dealing with Tulsa, and Tulsa we can really shut down online just by using the tactics that you said, by calling out that government system for that state and doing it until they flip the switch, just like we do everything else. But we got even, they do this. They said, shit, get them off of Tulsa, give them a new thing to focus on, pour more salt in a bucket so they focus on this salty shit first. Because they're going to think because it's so overbearing, they need to fight this first. And we got to recognize this is war. And when you're fighting in war, as long as you know how your enemy fights, you will always win. And we can actually win. We're at an advantage point. This is their end of game because the whole goal is erasure. They're trying to bully us into accepting our erasure. That's all this is. And that's how we got to take it. Say, when they talk that shit, we should say, nah, y'all trying to bully us into our erasure. They're like, shit, how the fuck did you see my hand? You can't create, bitch. We're the only creators on this planet. Excuse my language. That's who we are. We're the creators. These assholes have not created anything. Name one thing. They use the same freaking tactic every single time against us. So here it is. They're using this whole LGBTQ thing. They know we have relatives, but it wasn't the black community that was pushing it. I had a cousin back in 85 who was a trans, and you know how our families is. Everybody cracked on each other. He cracked on everybody back, and that was the business. And he knew he was a fucking man. The new thing is, keep in mind, when they started pouring this into us, they started putting it on the television to feed it to our kids. They started putting it into another level into the music. They do this to kind of like systematically push and pull us into the directions that they want us to go into. That's why they call it sheeple, because we go into their directions. But see, you see how you sweeping this up, like we ain't got to deal with this shit. No, we're this. This is simple. We are absolutely women, and you are absolutely a man, and this is absolutely toxic masculinity. And then start smacking them with that. Start smacking them with natural woman phobia, because that's what they are. They have phobias against natural women. That's natural woman phobic to me. And when they say you're transphobic, no, you're natural woman phobic. And then when they say something, we say something. Their weapons won't work because we're burning that shit out. Every time they light something, we're supposed to burn that shit out. Another thing that we have to do, and we can do this so easily. That's why I said make hashtag natural woman spread, because they hate that song. And I'm so glad our sister wrote that song so many years ago, or she made that song so many years ago, because it's perfect for what we're going through right now. We should be posting videos and redoing that song, Natural Woman. Every single one of us, I don't care whether you fat, skinny, tall, short, small, whatever we are absolutely woman. Whether you can bear children or not, we are absolutely woman. And there's nothing that will replace that. And as for our men, they are absolutely men. There's nothing that will ever replace that. And when we carry it like that, these weapons, there's no power. They don't have any fucking power over us. Like right now, they don't have any power. We're sitting here having this conversation while some people, kids, is sitting watching a fucking cartoons, conditioning them to pick up this piece where we left off. Where we've run short in this fight is all of the levels of us fighting together. That's what they didn't like about the civil rights movement. They had the youth working all the way up to the elders. They had the men working all the way over to the women. This, and we can win. But we're on the right track here. Now we got these conversations here among common minds. Now we got to get it out to the ears of the streets. And then not only that, make sure that our kids, we watching what the hell they're watching on TV. Them damn quick 30-second TikTok videos change their freaking minds. These damn shows got men kissing in 2 seconds. You watching a show, next minute, man bent over, getting smashed by another dude. And the kids can't unsee that shit. And that's the part we got to remember. The things that they're throwing at us, these women, these weapons, it's like weapons with a venom on this knife. So once it get into us, it's stuck. Unless you got the cure for that venom. And most of the time, we ain't got time to find it. So now we have to now stop these things in its tracks. If we got to start reporting shows, if you see somebody post something and say, hey, we going against this, damn it, just do the 5 seconds and participate in the protest. Like, it's a lot of people that'll start something like what you're doing right now. This sis is a slur. That shit should be a hashtag. Sis is a fucking slur. Hashtag natural woman. Get the fuck out of here. And that's the direction we have to go in, where we're fighting them. And then we got to act like what they're doing don't even fucking bother us. And that's what kills them.
They know we're emotional. They know that we'll react emotionally because they're used to our reactions. They study us every fucking day. So now we got to switch up our reactions. Sometimes we just got to quietly say, fuck you, and just sit there and look at them. And they like, why are you looking at me? Say something. Tell me how you feel. Fuck no, you're not going to know how I'm going to feel. Oh, you must be ready to punch me now. Nope, not ready to punch you. You must be ready to cry. No, I ain't getting emotional with you. I ain't ready to cuss you out. That's how, and what I mean by this is when they host these spaces, and I'm about to shut up. When they host these spaces, that's their temperature testing us. That's how they check to see if the soup is warm enough, if it's the right temperature to add a new ingredient. And they get you to come into their spaces that they control, and they throw out things to see the reaction, to see what we do, and then they say they plan their next steps based on that. And that's where we got to be different. When we see them posting these dumbass spaces, we go and create one and take all of the people that would go into those spaces. Go in there, and what I mean by virtually tapping on somebody's shoulder is going to somebody DM and say, yo, let's get out of here. This ain't for us. Sometimes keep in mind we under these trances is different levels to this veil. So some of us might get sucked in because it's so triggering. They understand this. So sometimes we gotta virtually tap out each other on the shoulder and say, step up out of here. We got a spot over here just for us to decompose and let's redirect this energy. Because they're there. These systems are energy ciphers. And they take it from us so that we don't have the energy to fight the real enemy. And that's that system of white supremacy in the name of our brother Muko. So, and our sister, Miss Codified up here in the building, my sister and brother from Baltimore, hands down. But yes, this is the direction that we got to go in. If we're going to win, and we got to get our kids, after we had this conversation, we got to sitting in the morning at the table with your family. You got to have that conversation. When you call your mother, say, Ma, can you believe this is into law? We're going to do something to stop it. Let them know. We got to kind of reassure some of our elders who might be about that business if they see that we really are serious about this, because they've seen tries 50 billion times, but they didn't see follow through enough after the civil rights movement. And that's where we have to get back to. And that's where we are now. And on that note, I'm going to land.
I appreciate all of your words, Giselle, for sure, for sure. Brother Moko, you're next. Um, to the point about the minis, that's the babies. If y'all are not familiar with my lingo, I know I talk funny, um, but I think y'all can pick up what I'm putting down. The babies are the reason that I feel so strongly about what we're dealing with. And to that point, we got Sunday school. We're not talking about church or anything. We are talking about our lineage and what is owed to us, because really it's hard, I guess, to have these conversations with your children if you're putting them in the belly of the beast unarmored, then you're confused that they don't identify some of this stuff readily. Like if your kids are not calling some of the stuff out when you're out in public and your kids are not doing what I told you that my children are doing, I think that's a problem. You've already conditioned them to accept certain behaviors. I've conditioned, we've conditioned our children not to accept certain behaviors. I think that matters. And maybe at the end of the day, you'll show me that it doesn't matter. And, whatever. At least we'll have what's owed to us and we can have that discussion. But until then, we've got a very real job to do, and that is to make sure that we are paid what is owed. But if you're out here making sure that the resources are not given to us because there are other communities who are quote unquote deserving or whatever, that's a problem. That's treason. And that we have to do better. So um thank you, Miss Giselle, for coming up and speaking on that. Brother Muko, cis is a slur. I feel like you would probably agree with the statement, and biology mattering. I think that parents already know that biology matters. So to you, if you don't mind responding to the whole racism, white supremacy aspect, our elder Neely Fuller Jr. says that if you don't understand it, everything will confuse you. And I think that people are out here making life decisions about confusing things. And then once you do that, maybe you feel like the hole you've dug is too deep. Would you agree with that? And then at that point, you're just on some self destruct shit like misery loves company. I'm just gonna go all out. Or can they be saved? Are we in a point where we can help people get to where they need to be, or do we need to leave them where they're at?
Yeah, that was a lot. I I yielded to Giselle, and I'm going to yield to my wife too, and I will answer that question because that's a good question, and I do agree, and I do have an answer for it.
I'm sorry, you're gonna have to familiarize me. Who is your wife? Peace to you, sis. I
Oh,
don't know who you
I'm
are.
sorry, Jesse. I'm sorry. That's Miss Codified. Yeah, she has a hand up, so I'll let her go first, and then I'll go after her.
All right, peace,
Which
sis.
ironically is fine because
Because she was
after
next.
Brother
Yeah,
Muko was the
yeah,
next set of
yeah.
three, and so it was Miriam, Miss Codified, and our brother Black Knight dropped out, so it was Karen. So if we'll do Miss Codified, I guess, and then since Brother Muko's yielding to his wife, so Mrs. Codified, excuse me, let me get my pronouns together, Mrs. Okay, Codified, then Miriam, and then Karen. Or Brother Muko want to go after his wife, I guess that's fine because he was
Yeah,
in the first set of three.
that sounds good. Peace, sis. SIS. Welcome to
Yes, right.
space.
SIS, not CIS. Definitely is a thank you, hubby, for yielding to me as well. Thank you, ladies, for holding this space. I definitely agree that cis is a slur. I've never felt um, that I should have to adhere to that. I remember the first time I was introduced to it was literally working at Morgan, and they had a whole group come and Morgan is a state institution, so a group came, I guess, from the state, and of course they had one with them, a transsexual with them, and literally it was a whole thing about, yeah, you don't want to use the pronoun guys when you're referring to a group of people, and I'm like, and they tried to use this example. Oh, if you're sitting at a bar with your female friends, and the bartender comes up and says, "What can I get you guys?" Aren't you gonna be offended? And I'm like, no, I'm not gonna be offended because I know I'm a woman. I mean,
Hold up,
you know what I
pause,
mean?
pause, pause. You're saying that they're not even using the slang that is guy. I'm supposed to be offended at guys.
Right, exactly, exactly. And that was just, I was so irritated by that whole thing. Um, I definitely had to, like you said, I had to take a stand. And, my boss at that time, Muko, always suspected her of having, I guess, some, uh, what, sexual confusion. um that was always his guess that she had some sexual confusion, and we had a real long ass sit down about the whole meeting and everything, and me being sensitive to those things and everything. And luckily I really didn't have to deal with it too much, but I still had to say, no, I'm not gonna adhere to that. If their chart says, because I worked in the health center at the time, their chart says male, then that's what I'm going to refer to them as. But for the most part, I just avoided using pronouns on purpose. I just call people by their name. But I definitely agree with you that we do have to take a stand as women, because, especially as black women, because typically in history we've been the more accepting of this situation, whereas there's no acceptance. Sorry,
Absolutely.
got a little
No.
scratchy. There's no acceptance that should be given, because at the end of the day they're trying to replace us. It reminds me of the movie Children of Men, where at a certain point they didn't have any children being born, And it just makes me think of, well, if all the actual quote unquote women are not actually women, the ones considering themselves women are not actually women, then that would make sense. Um, so I think it's definitely pushed, definitely part of the white supremacist plan, as Giselle was saying, to definitely push towards, decreasing us as a people. We stay reproducing, we keep reproducing. Our mortality rate is always exceeded by our birth rate, whereas for the white supremacists, that's not the case. So, what easier way to do that than to eliminate the black family by eliminating the black woman, eliminating the black man, because one wants to be the man wants to be a woman, or the woman wants to be a man. Um, so I definitely don't subscribe to any type of acceptance of it, even to the straight men dressing as women. It's hard for me to even watch that anymore, because it just makes me think, like, if I'm accepting this, what else, what slippery slope am I accepting, especially with children looking at me, watching me laugh at something like that. What does that make them think? Especially since we have four boys, and we still have, our youngest is 12. Our youngest boy is 12 and still lives with us, whereas our other boys are, for the most part, out of the house. But even them, they had to grow up seeing certain things, and we had to explain those things to them. And we've never sugarcoated any of it. We've never given it a, soft acceptance. We never anything. We've always been straightforward with them. This is not acceptable. This is not what we are. Uh, this is not what helps the black family in a sense. And if it's not helping the black family, then it's not helping you, because after all, how else are you going to continue to reproduce if without a woman as a man, and without a man as a woman? So, um, that's just something that we've always been very firm about with our children. And hopefully they will continue to be firm when they have children. But we can, as a society, as a black society, we cannot allow this to continue. And it's interesting that you don't see this happen with the men as much, but nonetheless, I'm glad that the black men are are you know ready to help us in defense of ourselves and standing up for ourselves, because I know for a long time I've even had to say things and put my foot down, even when going on a family type of girls trip. They want to go to a drag brunch, and I'm like, I'm not going to that. Y'all can go if y'all want to, but I don't think you should. But I'm not going. So, and I guess I was enough to change the whole course of the plan. But still, it's a slippery slope, and
No, don't
I'm
don't
I'm glad I
belittle what
stay
you
on firm
just
ground.
did, sis. Like that shit matters. Like you saying no means that they would have tried to do it anyway, and you I think them not forcing it on you is kind of great, but then the power of no. We talked about this earlier. So, that might seem like such a small thing, but when people know that certain behaviors are not acceptable around us, then they will act accordingly. And when you've got minis running around here, that we are impressionable upon, people get mad at the programming, but that's your job. You've made little people. Your job right now is to program them. And hopefully, the program is strong enough to combat everything that we're dealing with. Because really, we're dealing with a lot as a people, and other people's programming. It's supported in the media and in other different areas. So, we are fighting an uphill battle. But I think as parents, it's definitely on us to make sure that the children are prepared. We're we have to, if your children don't want to be you, then we already got problems, like straight up and down, because that leads to, they want to go with somebody who doesn't look like them. And then now they don't even want to be them. So, like we have to start at home. And all of us out here who already have little templates out here, if if you don't program them, then people will. It's so many different outlets for them to program them. You think you're putting them in basketball camp. You got a little girl, you're putting her in basketball camp, but really there's groomers, and the shit is so crazy because they're attacking at all these different ages and environments, and it's like nowhere is safe. And as a parent, you want to be able to let your child experience things, but if you're not a helicopter parent, well, now it's your fault that your child went through something. Like, that's stressful as fuck. Like, we're the only people out here being stressed out about our children being able to have kid experiences and wanting them to be who they're supposed to be and nurture them or whatever, but we don't have the resources to give them private training like them other people do. We don't have resources to put them in these other environments, so we have to accept whatever it is that they're offering for whatever that is, i.e. public schooling, or the local whatever, where anybody can have a drag reading time or whatever. Why is that even acceptable? Why are drags trying to read to children? Why? Can somebody answer that question? Why? Like, you want to read to people. Okay. I'm sure that there's bars and poetry nights and, places
Somebody said a
that you can
senior
go
citizen
read.
home. They would
Like,
love a show like that,
okay,
right?
that's what I'm saying. Why are you trying to read to children? What is that about? I don't get it. I
Gaming.
don't get it. So there's got to be some other shit going on. And if we're accepting and agreeing that there's some other shit going on, then why are you accepting it? And are you accepting it because you don't want people to call you out on your shit? I get it. We're dealing with a lot. It's a lot, but enough is enough. Biology matters. We have to start somewhere. So, I think a very small place we can start is that email signature. I'm tired of emailing professional people that I could probably look up to in like the business world or whatever it is that they're doing professionally. But then I see in their email, she, her. Why? Why? I don't get it. Aren't you you? But now I'm thinking, are you just saying that are you not you? Like, it's too much. Why am I even thinking about this now? Why can't you just be you? And you're not you because then people told you that you have to accept all this other stuff. I don't know. Okay. I'm not trying to go on and on. I really could. I know I told y'all about an hour or so ago that I'm not trying to be here all night. This is a topic that I can talk about for a long time because it's so much. There's so many people out here who've accepted their definition of what's supposed to be real and what's supposed to be normal and accurate. And then we're the ones that get in trouble for calling it out. And if I knew that there were more people out here who were comfortable calling a spade, then we'd already have our reparations. So the math ain't mathing to me, which is why I can keep having this conversation. Like, at some point, I'll break the code. I'll do it. I don't know. Maybe it won't be me. But as long as we're having these spaces, like, I feel like there's an opportunity for somebody to figure it out, because at some point we've got to be able to disrupt it. There's more of us than them. I'm going to keep coming back to that. There's more of us than them. So if there's more of us than them, why isn't the math mathing? That means that there's too many of us accepting what they've said is. And power is defined by who accepts the definition of whatever they're saying is. So if we're delineating, then we should be able to do that across the board. Men are men, women are women. If you were born with both, you're something else. And if you don't want to be either, that's something else. That's simple to me. I don't know. Maybe it's not simple. Maybe I'm just plebiscite island. I'm on my plebiscite island. I like the beach. All right. Brother Moko, did you have a follow up to your wonderful wife who spoke those wonderful thoughts?
Absolutely. I mean, y'all both have said so much, and I'm in agreement with all of it. I'll get straight to it, and I'll keep it short. Sis, to me, you say it's a slur, I'm in agreement with that, VGQ. But I particularly say that it is I say that it is a confusionary tactic used by white supremacy to keep the victims of white supremacy confused and arguing with each other. And instead, we should use a more codified term like the one we've been using, sexual confusion. You know what I'm saying? They're sexually confused, and understand sexual confusion can be corrected. That's what this is about. And you mentioned that too about correctness. And I just wanted to say that when you use the language, when you use their language, you are definitely condoning the action. You know, now that's the real slippery slope that I think we miss a lot. Like when you acquiesce to their language by saying, "Oh yeah, well, a trans male or a trans woman," or not that's you condoning it. So I think that this is a very, very brilliant space because what everyone is actually saying is, look, we're fed up. We're not going to even acknowledge that language because we're taking control of the language, and with taking control of the language, you get a different result, and we want the absolute result. So I definitely harp on Nearly Fuller Jr.'s work, and it's not about Nearly Fuller Jr., it's about the leader. Well, who's the leader, Brother Muka? Counter racist codification, counter racist logic, synonymous, same thing. Okay? We have to be laser beam focused with our words, and we have to control the narrative. And part of the other half of that is controlling the language. So I don't think I can add anything else to anything that any of you beautiful women and or gentlemen have said in this space. I thank you for the space and thank you for letting me speak. And yeah, I'll just land there.
Definitely. Look, I love energy, how energy works, because I don't know if your wife has ever spoken before, but how it all worked out. She was right before you, or you were right after her, and then the message is amplified. I think we can do that all the time. It's not really one way or one person. It's all of us working together that will help us get out of this stupor. Because really, that's what it is. We're stuck on stupid. People don't like the English language. I have this argument all the time. Our people, don't want to, they don't want to be excellent with English because it's not ours. But I think that if you understood how energy worked and spelling and, all right, plebiscite island, maybe, tinfoil bonnet, maybe. I think if you understand how energy works and the words that we use, that shit matters. And if you're putting the wrong label on things, or if you don't care how things are labeled, then you are not only encouraging it, but you're kind of giving it a boost. So the opposite, you would have to make it uncomfortable. You would have to stomp on it. So this is not any slight to any person as much as y'all have gotten too comfortable and enough is enough. And the only way that I can say no is to be very loud about it. And you have to not feel comfortable around me or mine. Like, even down to the babies, they're gonna tell you, you look like a man. Are you a man? Why does this, and to the, look, that's, it's happened to females too, like actual females. Our minis hold no, they don't hold back. They're very unfiltered. And maybe you have a problem with that. I know my parents have a problem with it. They'd be sometimes like, you know, why did he say that? Or why did she say that? And it's really like, but don't you have the same question? Doesn't she kind of look like a man? And it's a chick because like it's a chick. But all right, you out here asking for it. Like you out here asking for it. Like what? Why would I tell the baby anything other than that's a woman who might not want to be a woman anymore, or it's a woman who is having issues with her femininity. Like from there, you're asking me to talk about your sex. And what if I've never talked to my children about sex before? Now you're forcing me to have a conversation about sex. It's very rapey. And if you're not into the rapey shit, then you would be on some like my pronouns are pay me. Like, because really, it's not about my sex, it's about the fact that I'm owed a debt. And then from there, maybe I get some help. And then maybe my pronouns are what they were at birth because I have the resources to get the help that I need because I need help. But y'all niggas ain't ready for that conversation, or maybe I forced you into the conversation. It's rapey. I didn't mean to, but maybe I did. You didn't have to stay here, but maybe you did. I don't know. All right. Um, Empress, I think you
Yes,
said it
ma'am.
was Miriam next.
Yes. So it's Miriam, and then the next set of three will be Governor, um, Kush, and then Cool Breeze.
But Miriam, I'm sorry, you've spoken a couple times. Can we get to Kush because she hasn't spoken yet, and then Cool Breeze? Uh, please don't go. I'd like for final thoughts after the new speakers because definitely I don't want you to go without having a final thought on this topic. Maybe you've thought about another way that we can combat this confusion. Because if you're part of our community, you're confused. That's a word that I made up. You're allowed to use it. You don't even have to give me credit. I just want you to know it. Confused. Like the algorithm hasn't really picked up on it just yet. Like, and look, it's just a typo. So when it does pick up on it, it's just a typo. Like, I mean, Muskie might have this recorded for something later. I'm just a little fish out here, they shouldn't really be paying attention to me, but confused. I think it gets the point across, and then people start thinking about, wait a minute, what? Like, yes, nigga, I'm calling you a coon, but maybe it's not your fault. Maybe you are just a little confused. I don't know. All right, Kush, peace, sis, S-I-S, sis. Is sis a
The
slur?
Black Power Fist.
Does biology matter?
Well, shout out to the host and the co-host of the room. This is most definitely a slur. This shows the most utmost disrespect to my metabolic DNA. That's what this shows. And they're really extremely blatant with this. You don't have the right to call me something that fits your narrative when you imitate the original. So you can't tell me that you're a woman when you not born with a uterus, you don't have a menstrual cycle, you cannot breastfeed children, and you cannot even carry children because your body's not even made to do that. Like it's out of this world. Your women have certain chromosomes, men have certain chromosomes. You don't get to alter your chromosomes. You can paint, plaster, tape up, tuck in, and cut off whatever you want to, but that doesn't make you who I am. In the jumbotron, I posted something, right? This is what they're asking us to accept. This is a whole transformer Decepticon in a woman's bathroom, brick hard taking pictures of women's skirts. You're asking me to accept this, and this is another form of pedophilia. That's all this is. You're trying to dress up pedophilia in a different way to make it look more acceptable to the society, but we obviously see what it is. I don't want that around my children. And I have the right to say, as a heterosexual, natural born woman, right, that I will not expose my children to that. That's all that is. When you go out there in the world, if some of you guys go to some of these coffee shops, you notice what flags do they have? They have this rainbow flag and they got a Black Lives Matter flag. And always behind the counter, it's always a butch white woman behind the counter serving coffee. Like,
You have got to be kidding me. This is this is just confusion thrown out. And one more thing before I land out. Emperor Nero. So if anybody is familiar with Emperor Nero, he was obviously an emperor during the Roman era. And what he did, this is how disgusting white people are in general. His first wife died, his second wife died, and he saw a man that resembled his first wife. And he forced this man, he cut off his genitals, he made him wear women's clothes and act like a woman to imitate his first wife. That's how mental that's how sick these people are. Mental illness is this is just really bad. And if people really understood that even when some people who call themselves transitioning, when they want to transition, they have to go through a psych evaluation, because that's how deep this runs. This runs way deeper than I think a lot of people understand or are able to see, or let alone really grasp this concept. This is just another detriment to our Black American community. You want to take out my femininity and call me something that's not me, and then you want to say, as a quote unquote trans man, a woman transitioning to a man who gets pregnant, you call yourself seahorse dads. Like, you have got me all the way messed up. This is not a natural order of how we live as a heterosexual Black American community. But nobody's out there willing to make sure that us as heterosexual people, are safe. They're not making sure that we're good. They're not going out the way to make sure that our children are protected. But we're supposed to be all accepting and be all willing to be happy and have these people in our community. No, far as I'm concerned, dude, like, you're a weirdo. And there's one more case of even there was a pedophile. Okay, there was, I think this dude was a mayor, and he had a whole bunch of child porn on his computer, and he transitioned in order to evade prosecution. Like, where is the boundary between you having your identity and this mental illness going on? I don't have to participate in the delusion. I don't have to sit up here and feel like my term as a natural born woman has to change into cisgender. It's disrespectful. It's hella disrespectful. So until you've managed to sort out your mental stuff, you don't get to right to label me something that I was never labeled as before. On our birth certificates as Black American women, it says female. It doesn't say cisgendered. You don't call me anything else outside of that, and that's documented that I am a female. My whole essence is female. My wording is female. How I walk, I talk, I dress is female. That's it, and that's naturally, not something that I saw and I wanted to imitate. And even in this aspect, you can't tell me that you are a woman or you feel like a woman when you have never been a woman. You cannot tell me that you feel like something you've never been. Well, guess what? I feel like I'm a tomato today. So when you address me, my pronouns are juicy and round. That's what they're saying, and you have to accept it. And if you don't call me anything else outside of that, you're being disrespectful. It's even gotten to the point where now, if there are parents, quote unquote, misgendering their children, they're being arrested. This is how sick this is. But I will land for now because I know you have speakers, and I appreciate y'all letting me speak. Thank you.
Thank you for those words, Kush. For sure, for real, for real. I think that more of us need to be comfortable speaking like this and to have an example. You don't have to do it like me. You could do it like Kush. Like, maybe that's just what it is. You don't know how to do it. So, I try to offer opportunities for us to learn from each other, if that makes any sense. Um, you, Brother Moko, all of the wives that are in the room, y'all are an example because essentially these women want to be chosen, but then they don't know how to go about doing it, and then they put themselves in weird environments. If your best friend is one of these transformers, you're never going to get picked. I hate to break it to you, but no man of any substance is going to want to be around you, and it's just not going to work. It's two dicks, like, it's very gay, and if you try to force that on him, you're raping him. That's not fair. So I'm telling him to not choose you, and hopefully he hears me, and then you don't get picked. That's me. But then I think that biology matters. So it, even if it weren't me, if even if I didn't say that, I think that essentially it would never work. And you can't really show me where it works, and the man hasn't basically bent over and let you peg him. Like essentially that's what it is. Like you've got you and your gay best friend or whatever. Maybe he's not, maybe he's not a transformer, maybe he's gay. You're not gonna get picked, sis, not by the man that you keep telling everybody you want. And if you want this protector and provider of our community, of our lineage, of what is owed to us, then you have to sacrifice some. I don't know, you can't, Empress, it's like the wheel, right? You got to sacrifice something. You can't have, assertive and sensitive. That the math don't math like that. It's got to be like, I don't know. You, if you want the man who's gonna go check out what goes bump in the night, that means that he might not necessarily be the man who listens to all of your woes, because you don't got time for all of that. Like this nigga's working, like on top of he's working, like he's trying to come home safe and sound, but there's all of these obstacles out there to try to make sure that that doesn't happen. And then he comes home and you're nagging, but you could be nagging at them people. We talked about that earlier tonight. So I think that everything that we're doing, we probably could continue to do as long as we point it in the right direction. If you agree, shout out to you. If you disagree, man, you had like 4 hours to come through and say something to disagree. And I just feel like, cowards are the reason that they're trying to make us accept cisgendered. I don't accept cisgendered. Biology matters. If you're going to sit here and tell me that I got to take that in school, everybody took biology. Y'all all took biology in school. Like it was like a ninth grade science class. I know you did. So if you had to take that in school, then the shit matters. Like they've already told you that it matters, but now they're trying to tell you that definitions don't matter and we can just make up new words because, we said so. I'm white and I said so. All right, if they're not the people who created words or language or whatever, then they can't say I'm white and I say so on this shit. Not on this. They can I'm white and I said so on some other shit, but on the definitions of things, the simplicity of it all, man with woman equals child, and those are the pieces and parts. And if you don't want to be that, then you're something else. That's simple. We can work inside of that. Empress, who's next? Is it Gov or Cool Breeze or Chase?
That's
Actually,
the
Cool
three.
Breeze or Chase.
Yeah, that's the literal three. Governor Chase and Cool Breeze, but I don't know who you would like to speak first. They kind of all came up at the same time, but gentlemen, I guess you could decide.
Let Cool Breeze go.
Cool Breeze. Peace to you, sir. Is cis a slur? Does biology matter?
Yes, what's going on, just even Sister FBA Empress, what's going on, Brother Governor? Yes, most definitely, cis is a slur, and biology definitely matters. It's common sense, and it's insane that women, you guys have to basically fight for your womanhood or whatnot, because um, just as Kush has mentioned earlier, one of the things it's boiling down to is pedophiles. You know what I'm saying? Because they're trying to get close to your children or whatnot, and it goes into a lot of things that I'm combating with, as far as like helping my company is helping combating with human trafficking, because a lot of things, this a lot of this is goes into that. I put together my company. We put together educational awareness about things like this, because some people that I even just recently that I know, that their child almost got human trafficking and stuff. So it's getting really real out there. And just as you guys mentioned earlier, the sexual confusion and everything, because they're trying to confuse the children, into making to seem this behavior is okay. You know what I mean? So where they can basically get their way, what I'm saying, with your children or whatnot, and it's disgusting. And I'm fighting against that. you know um I'm putting things together, to fight against that. And I'm putting educational programs. I'm going around the United States, putting educational programs together, especially particularly, um, in our community, in the Black American community, where this is heavily targeted. We're our children are the number one of being human trafficked. You know what I'm saying? It leads to a lot of other things. And part of this is a huge part of this sexual confusion is open the gateway to that. They're opening the gateway to um, human trafficking and everything. So, just incidents, someone that I know that I'm helping is that, I'm glad you guys are talking about, children, being aware and stuff like that, and stuff, because they were doing a lot of preventive stuff. But unfortunately, you know, um, they're because these people be on these apps and stuff like that, and they were, their kid was talking to someone on the app, and they were thought they were talking to another kid, and it was a full grown adult that disguised himself as a kid. And they start doing things, start trying to get them, alone. And they were, unfortunately, they try to get them to send them sexual exploiting pictures. And then it led to where, they start following them, their child, and they got the house address, and the trafficker came to their house and tried to traffic their children. So, it's getting real out here. All this stuff is getting real. And please, I really advise, please, I know, people out here, you guys got jobs, got a lot of things going on in your life. Just, have your children talk with, have a serious conversation about this kind of stuff with your children, because they are snatching your kids and manipulating them left and right. And next thing you know, they're being trafficked. Just, you stated earlier, you know, um, going to kids sports and stuff. It's getting serious with that, because now they're doing things, you know um, disguising themselves as whether coaches or whatever the case may be, or different type of sports programs, and they're trafficking your children. And it's getting crazy out there. And I just, wanted to advise you guys, really just, sit down and talk with your children, um, about stuff like this, because they are getting really bold about it. They're coming to they're following your kids, and they're coming to your house. They're going to their schools. They're going to it's insane. So I know you guys got other speakers, but yeah, I just want I'm gonna yell the mic at that.
That shit is sobering, Steve. But I do appreciate the work that your company does, because it the missing, the nameless, it's too many to name, and that's kind of fucked up. But when people are doing the work, then we can start putting some names out there and preventing some of this stuff. Really, if you think about it, our children are just imitating what they see. So really, maybe you don't want to hear this, but if this is happening to you, then you probably have unsafe internet practices. And everybody, I get it. You don't necessarily read the fine term, the fine print on some of these apps where they keep the imaging licenses, and now they can make little porn baby versions of you. That's kind of wild. Like, I don't like a lot of apps because of the permissions that you're allowing. So you won't find me on certain apps. But this app, there's a lot of controls and bypasses and stuff. There's levels to the information sharing. But to your point, Steve, I can appreciate work that your company does, because sometimes just changing up certain things and putting restrictions and just teaching people about what's going on and certain identifiers can keep people safe. So shout out to you and thank you for coming through. Gov, you came back up, and then actually, Gov, I think since you came back up, can you yield to Chase, and then we'll go Miriam and Gov if Empress has any last words, and then we're gonna wrap it up. Chase, are you there? Cis is a slur. Does biology matter to you? Actually, I I know it does. I know it does. I know cis is a slur for you too. Um, I'm not even gonna do that to you. But to the room though, do you have kids? Chase, do you have kids?
Yes.
This conversation can be uncomfortable, right? Like the kids want to be, they're so loving. Did you have children? Do you have children like that where you go to the store and they want to say hi to everybody, and maybe they're just too friendly, and then now you have to
Nah,
worry about. Go ahead.
nah. My kids are mean like me. They don't like people like that, especially white folks. But this is the thing I wanted to bring up. Yes, this is a slur, and I think what's happening is that we're getting stretched out really thin. And what I mean by that is there's a. It seems like every time something comes up, we'll gravitate and go deal with that issue for a couple of weeks. Then that fire died down a little bit. Then something else pops up. Now, you had said something earlier about the drag queens wanting to read the kids. The reason why they're doing that is they're trying to normalize that, and they're trying to normalize sexual confusion with kids that are young. And if y'all notice, they're not doing this in black schools. They're doing these type of programs in liberal cities to where they talk about DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. They don't want nobody to be left out. But I want y'all to see, just look at this for a minute here, is that it goes beyond the scope of being, it's real insidious because it's more than just sexually confusing your children. Okay, because what's happening is that these these other kids, they're gonna get the person to come in, read to them, and then that gets normalized. And they mom and dad, if they're of a different persuasion, they're gonna drag them down to those parades, and they're gonna look, and then they're gonna be visually assaulted with all these images of males running around with their genitalia exposed, and they're going to be putting little boys in rainbow dresses and stuff like that. Now, these people, okay, even though they're being groomed, these are going to be the people, and I hope that your kids don't wind up working for them, because as soon as your kid says, "Hey, man, I'm not down with that shit," now they're going to be looked at. And they're going to say, "Well, you know what, man? You're really a bigot." and they're going to be xed out of a job. They're going to be blackballed. So I want y'all to look and see how insidious this is. Is that we're fighting on so many fronts, and we've been doing that for generations. If it's not the pride group, it's white supremacy. If it's not white supremacy, it's these politicians. If it's not the politicians, it's the damn laws that they're passing. And every time we keep running, put out a fire over here, put out a fire over there, and we're spread out real thin. And a lot of this stuff can be negated and nipped in the bud just by us standing up. But you're going to see what's happening. Just like every election cycle, that's a test. And TBA teaches us, taught this to us. Every election cycle is a temperature check. See how black people are feeling and what they're doing. And we have so many of our sisters, and the good mothers for the part is that they love their child, but they don't know how to stand on the principles when it comes to their people. Oh, I love my child no matter what, and if he's a fruitcake, then I still love him. That's my fruitcake. You get it? So guess who she gonna side with? She gonna side with the rest of the fruitcakes. So look, I don't have a problem with anybody. Atlanta's a damn near gay capital now. Atlanta ain't been it's nowhere near what it used to be in its glory. You know, and we had to interact with these people. But you have to remember, you have to teach people how to act around you. You don't teach people how to treat you. That's too late. Teach these folks that, look, man, we want to do business, we're going to do business. I'm not chilling out at the club with you. I'm not smoking with you. I'm not drinking. If it's got something to do with business, then that's that. Anything outside of that, now you're trying to get personal. Keep yourself separated from these people. And for our sisters that got them fruitcake kids and everything like that, don't ask me to have no damn play dates with my kids. Shit ain't gonna happen. I yield the mic.
You said don't ask me for no play dates. That's real talk. Like, where is their daddy? Where is the father? Because I guarantee you,
Wearing the dress.
that's tough. That's tough. But I mean, it could be real. It could be very real. And if you're accepting of the behavior, you can't be confused about what's going on. Or you can be confused, but don't be confused about how we're trying to combat it. Because it's only our lives. And if you've been paying attention, these people don't want us to exist. It's a genocide on all different fronts. So we have to do something. And if you can't fight back in something very simple as calling a man and a woman, and now I got to look at you too. But at least I'm safer because I know who is who. Because that's really all we're talking about. Who is who? And if you're out here trying to say that you not you because you're trying to do something else, it's rapey. We're back in rapey territory. The shit is, it's not acceptable. And we're the only group of people who are being forced to accept this. Remember when Genuine was on, I don't know, Big Brother or some shit, and the thing tried to like touch on him, and he was very vocal about, nah, I don't do that, and they tried to make him feel some kind of way about it. Like, that's that's where we are in a very big way. But it's not just celebrities on a show, it's you at the grocery store, or you at the nail salon, or you at the gas station, or you at the on wherever. It's you anywhere that you are, because if you don't accept these people with their new identity, then you're in the wrong, And you can even have, there's even consequences out here now. There are states that are enacting laws that says that if you don't fuck with these people the way that they're saying you need to fuck with them, then you can go to jail or be fined. That's wild. But I'm sure that wild is just putting it lightly. It's treason against humanity. Like, you should be able to call somebody their, I guess if it doesn't really matter what you're calling people, then they wouldn't be forcing their sex on us. So it can't be both ways. It's either one way or the other way. And since they're saying that it's about the sex, then it's about the sex. And all right, now we're talking about sex. And my children should not have to be participants in this conversation. But you're forcing them. And it's my job as their parent to protect them from the deviant behavior, from the degeneracy. That's my job as their parent, so I'm going to do it. You got to respect that. You want me to respect you, then you got to respect me. So, equality, bitches. All right, Gov, peace. And then Miriam, and then Empress, if you have any final thoughts.
Yeah, I've been painting my daughter's room and listening to you guys go back and forth. This conversation has been great, very entertaining. But there's one thing that nobody really wanted to touch on, and that was the physical act of fucking. Nobody wanted to touch on that really. It's kind of like sexual confusion. No, it's fucking. And at the end of the day, you're talking about a submissive male Jezebel who just wants to be dominated because he's too weak to be a man. And that is psychological, but with everything being pushed on our society, as far as the movies and shows we watch, I think it was Brother Muko's wife. She said it. She was like, "Yo, we really have to watch what we're accepting, because you niggas is out here accepting, what I'm saying, bisexual women, not even understanding, that, hey, look, she goes both ways. See, it's way deeper than just wanting to dress up like a woman. See, that's the surface level. It is the act of penetration that truly is the beast of it. My uncle, you know, when he was running his wifeys, what I'm saying, on their campaign on the blade, there were times where he would tell a couple of them, hey bitch, make sure you don't eat solid food. And when I started asking him, like, why they on liquid diets, it's because them Johns like putting dicks in their asses and shit. That needs to be what you all are thinking about when it comes down to your femininity, and it really breaks it down. They're coming after your assholes and shit. I'm done.
Gov, yo,
I'm sorry.
this
I'd like to say
Chase, I don't know what you was about to say. Um, and I didn't mute you for what it's worth. You muted yourself, or Empress muted you. I don't know. Gov, they coming for you. Hide your kids, hide your wife. They raping everybody out here. Look, me and Gov are on the same time zone. It's 2 o'clock in the morning where we are. So not only is it late, but the freaks come out at night. So really, this conversation is probably on point for where he went right now in the conversation, because it is about the sex, the the domination, the penetration, the buck breaking. We kind of touched on it earlier. Don't say we didn't. We kind of did.
Y'all
But
did it in a cute
to
way.
your point, okay, well, I'm cute, so
you know, hey,
I'm just
y'all,
saying. All
y'all,
right,
y'all,
but
y'all just touched on it.
that shit, it does, it matters. It matters in a big, big, big way. So I appreciate you bringing light to that before we leave, because people don't want to have uncomfortable conversations about sex, gov. They really don't.
I mean,
But then they're telling
Bruno,
you that you have to
Bruno,
accept this shit.
Bruno in the red dress, he wants to bend over. And see, the crazy thing is, Bruno in the red dress, he wants to bend over for a heterosexual male so that he can basically break him in the confusion.
That's crazy because I used to actually know a gay dude that would say that. Like he
I
like
was about to say, did you know a gay dude
yeah.
named Bruno though? Like,
He that
what's
was
the
a
whole
high, like
story
to
about that?
turn straight dudes.
That shit is buck breaking. You've got groomers out here talking about the next generation. And then y'all, I know y'all saw that video of the lady, she was holding the baby and she was like, please be gay, please be gay. Like she was just talking all this, gay, gay, gay on the baby. I know y'all saw that video. And if you didn't, it's somewhere out there. I don't know who posted it, but like they are definitely targeting the children, and they're targeting the children's sex. Like, did y'all know, this is such an aside, but it's late, whatever. Did y'all know in some schools they're teaching kindergartners how to wipe? I'm talking like how to wipe between your butt cheeks, because maybe that's a problem. Maybe there's kids walking around smelling like shit. I don't know. I don't know what the purpose of teaching your kids how to wipe at school. I don't That math doesn't math to me, other than now we're introducing body parts at a very, very, very young age. And why would you do that unless you want to talk to them about their privacy? Because don't your parents teach you how to wipe? If you're in school, you know how to wipe. Are my children advanced, y'all? Like, okay, that's not a real question. It's just a rhetorical question. Like, I thought that once you send them to the people that aren't you anymore, there's some basic human behaviors and tendencies that they're supposed to be able to do. They're supposed to be able to feed themselves. They're supposed to be able to go to the bathroom without having any help. That would include wiping. So why are there school systems where kindergartners are learning how to wipe between their butt cheeks? Are y'all just out here nasty like that? Or are they just trying to introduce certain vocabulary to children in an environment where they wouldn't be talking about it, so that everything else is more acceptable? I think this is where we are. It's all about making things acceptable for us so that we internalize it and then break it down for the children, and then everybody's accepting Billy in a dress at the Aldi's because he's in a dress at the Aldi's. Like, he's not hidden away somewhere. He's out in your face. Or your teacher, and then you look at your teacher's desk, and the one dude teacher you do have has a picture of him and his dog and the other him. And it's just like, really? Like, the one dude I finally get a male teacher and it's you and another nigga and a dog. Really? This is where we are? Okay. All right. Um, Miriam, I think it's back. Oh, Chase, did you have a final thought before we go back to Miriam?
Yeah. Part of the reason why we didn't bring up the asking part of it and everything, because we're not fucking degenerate like that, Gov. Ain't nobody sitting up in here talking about penetrating no other man. That's the reason why we didn't bring that shit up. If you think about it, black people are conservative, bro.
That shit needed
Even
to
though
get
we
brought
out
up.
there, nah, man, you're delving off into debauchery now.
I thought that's what we were.
We got a problem. You have a problem. These are things we talk about. Now you're talking about a whole other problem. You're literally assaulting everybody by painting this mental picture in their heads. by bringing that shit up.
Hey, that's where they want shit to go.
Pun intended, Governor. Pun intended, right there.
Needed to be
Mute my
said
microphone, please.
by both parties for sure. Thank you, Chase. Thank you for that, Gov. You always gonna throw it in a direction that probably will make people uncomfortable, and I'm here for it. But to Chase's point, he's 1,000% right. I have a halo on over here. You know,
Yeah,
I
it's
I'm
little
an
girl one
angel.
second below the hot dog.
But they do say that Eve fucked it up for everybody, so I guess there's that. If I fucked it up for you, I'm sorry.
No, no, I'm not saying that. But it's you. Ain't nobody fuck anything up. Here's the thing: we got a war to fight on so many different fronts. The last thing that we want to be talking about is some damn penetration between two damn men.
I agree
There's
with
not
you.
nobody in here.
I'm
There's not
literally in the
nobody in
bed.
here
I
built
don't want to
like
go to
that.
the bed. I don't want to go to sleep with those images in my head. I'm with Chase.
Listen, the New York undercover nigga, what was his name? Malik Yoba?
He was already gay,
He
bro.
was, but you know what I'm saying? He was on
Yeah,
national
he's been gay
syndicated
already.
radio and he was talking about it.
Okay, well, I mean, that's them though, bro. That's them. Let them have each other.
It needed to get brought up.
As long as they don't bring that
It's
shit over
cool.
here.
Gov, chill. Chase, thank you to both of the brothers who've spoken. It's about that and it's not about that. It's about both. But really, we're going to stay focused. We're going to stay focused and keep the conversation constructive. Chase, thank you for bringing Gov's head out the gutter, which you know where he's going to go. Like, come on. You know where he's going to go. And not that it doesn't necessarily need to be gone there. But maybe if you had just said it a little bit earlier, we probably could have gone into a little bit deeper. Like, I'm trying to go to bed now. And like Empress said, I am not trying to think about hairy balls on balls before I go to bed. You just fucked with me. So, like, somebody's going to have to say something else. I'm going to have to go watch Scooby Doo or some shit. I have to be up at 5. Y'all know I go to the gym at 6 o'clock in the morning. That's in 4 hours. So, Gov, thank you. Fuck you very much. No, I'm just kidding. But But Miriam, maybe you will help us end it on a note where hairy balls and sweaty balls and just balls on balls. Like, damn, Gov, like the degeneracy of it all. I'm uncomfortable talking about it, but they want us to accept that shit in real life. Why? No, okay, not why, but whatever you were gonna say. Go ahead.
Indeed. No one wants those images, but woo, so much. But I'll make it quick and sweet. First of all, dealing with the seahorse people, we definitely cannot afford to become desensitized. That is a word that is not used enough because that is what they are doing when they choose to want to numb us down and dumb us down, to make these social ills um, to become normal. And then you have what they want to use their language to be politically correct, and it's very incorrect. And also earlier, Sister Eve, when you were talking about the language, be careful what you say. The energy thing, everything does work and move with energy. Not only for spirituality purposes, but you have your metaphysical purposes, because when you say certain words, like they say good morning, I don't say good morning. I say grand rising or great rising, because why should I start my day off in mourning? To mourn is to, lost or sadness. And we just don't think about the wordplay or the meanings on certain wordplay when we project that on ourselves. You're literally cursing yourselves. That's why it is called spelling. And I mean, that's real talk. You, we are in a white supremacist um, society, and everything that they do um, move and have consequences, but they want you to be in la la land. Also, we're dealing with all these word salads, as you were saying earlier. Um, family was saying earlier, they want to pull all these words out of their anus and thrust it upon us and try to force us to conform to that. Well, I'm not a conformist. I'm an agitator, and an agitator as well as a critical free mind thinker. So we have to get back into critical thinking, being free thinkers, thinking outside the box and not going with the so-called politically correct or their so-called social norms, which is very abnormal. So we have to really look at how they're projecting things to us. Okay, and then also, um, or we're going to have to, do we need to look up states what type of laws they're carrying now because of the ABC community and these so-called laws that they're forcing upon us? $5,000 to $10,000 fines, 5 years imprisonment, felony charges on our records. Like, freaking really? Damn, we can't even get that, and we've been dealing with these motherfuckers for 400 plus years in slavery. I mean, some say 230, but you got to account for the redlining, the black codes, the Jim Crow, the systemic racism, the discrimination all over the place, the co-opting of affirmative action, taking what was for us and using it for everybody else, the dang on civil rights for we are the morally correct, for we push to have rights for human beings to be truly civil against the abnormally uncivil K beast. And then also, um, as far as the bullying and the grooming that they're doing to our children in school, and I say our, my children been out of school, but I say our because we're still dealing with future lineage, and for those who are still in the midst of parenting and rearing children now, um, it's a disgrace that they're bullying literally these teachers, these confused subhuman beings are bullying their ways of thinking and their um, pronouns and such on our children, making them feel uncomfortable, making them be sad, and causing unnecessary fear and stress in our little mini me's. We cannot have that. We're going to have to, like I say, go to the school boards, take a stand on that, and be very boisterous on it. And we're definitely not going to conform to using um, their wordology, if you will, the word games that they play, and pushing that forward. I would also like to suggest a good documentary. It's called Goodbye, Uncle Tom. This is an older movie, but it's very current, it's very necessary, and it's very relevant. This talk about the butt breaking that they did um, in Louisiana and throughout the United States. Oh my God. I mean, it is very severe, it's very honest, it's very bold, it's very out there, it's very true. It's a lot of information. They talk about how they groomed the boys from 6 years of age and all that and what they did to them. It's a lot with that, but it's very good. Again, that movie is called Goodbye, Uncle Tom. And then last, I will leave you with this because we have to stay vigilant. Um, my beautiful black family, we have to stay vigilant for our lineage sake. We really do have to make these people, these comfortable, very comfortable people, uncomfortable, and we're dealing with some perversion here as well with these people behind the HR 4321 bill. That's a countdown to genocide Black Genocide Bill is what we're calling it. HR 4321 again. So I love you, family, and I leave you with that. Thank you for the space, Eve. Thank you, FBA Empress, for being such a gracious co-host. And shout out to you, family, St. Kurt of God, Black Voltron, Great Black Short, Brother Jeff, New Black, New Black Media Archives, and Sister Giselle, YC to you, sister, and many more that's in the room, and our beautiful married couples, and other sister name. I believe that's your name, how you say it, Virgo. I love you, sister. I love that accent, and I love how true and frank you were, and you are on point with that. Good night, family.
Thank you for those closing words, Miriam. I appreciate your thoughts tonight, especially Black women. We have to be uncompromising about our role, because if we're not, then people will try to take it. You've got these tethers trying to take the Black woman's role. You've got these nigga bitches trying to take the woman's role. It's a lot of usurping going on. And maybe you haven't studied history. I like to watch shows like Vikings, I think, is one of my favorites. Game of Thrones is another one. It's like white people talking about antiquity, but if you listen to people like Dr. Clyde Winters, you can start to put the people in the right context, and then you kind of see these power struggles, the power dynamics. They've always kind of been there, but if you don't know who you are, then you won't be able to recognize the pattern. These are not new stories, they're not new fights, but if you're asleep, then it's all going to be very foreign to you. Empress, did you have any final thoughts before we wrap it up?
I do. I wanted to say thank you for the space. Thank you for everybody for coming out. I mean, it's been a wonderful discussion, a long discussion, but I just want to say these very few words. Facts matter. Biology matters. Cis is a slur. We do own womanhood. Okay, we own it. We own everything that comes with womanhood, and we cannot soft shoe this issue. Okay, stand on your square, ladies. I know we're feminine ladies like that fighting. That's not our thing. You know what I mean? You feminine ladies, you got a lane, but like for this, we got to speak up and we got to stand up, and we cannot soft shoe this thing. Our men told us in real time in this space that they would back us up. I've heard them say that. I'm looking at the tweets. I'm looking at the posts. They're telling us this is your fight, ladies, but we got your back. So with that confidence and with that security, we got to stand on our square. We do own womanhood, and we got to stand 10 toes on that. Um, that's all I got.
Shout out to you. You held me down all the way tonight. Isla, she's dealing with some things. So, I normally have Isla co hosting with me. And not like I need a co host, but it does help because sometimes y'all want to speak and sometimes you don't. Tonight you wanted to, and it was easier to navigate. I would like us to have more of these conversations, ladies. To the fellas who've supported us, I would love for you to keep coming through and telling us that you show your support. But really, if we can't fix this problem that is internal, then we're fucked. And it's not going to take you telling us. Like, you solidify your square. If you've already have a wife, then that's your square that you're solidifying. And then she's supposed to build up the women around her because she's got a thorough and solid example that she's following. That's the program. And until these women get with their man and he's solidifying that square, you have to do it like that. Especially if you're going to be around these single women, like, don't be that married woman who's out here trying to, be the single woman because all the rest of your friends are single. That's the best way to end up single again. Don't do that. I mean, do that if that's what you want to do, but just don't think that you're gonna end a married one. You're not. It's not gonna work like that.
Facts.
You gotta do something else. So, to the ladies, I appreciate y'all being courageous tonight and speaking your speech. Keep doing that. I think that as long as we're speaking truth to power, these spaces will be spaces that I think are necessary. So I'll try to continue to have them Wednesdays at this time, 9:30. Um, if you want to speak, we try to give you an opportunity to do that, but I can't promise that we'll be here, for hours and hours on end in the future. But tonight, just to kind of, all right, phone's being real stupid now. Tonight was a good night to have this discussion, and we will definitely follow up with it because, like people have said already, they're already doing all of these heinous and debaucherous behaviors. It's already happening. So unless you're out here about to be out here outside speaking truth to power, I'm talking with your bullhorn at your state capitol or whatever, saying enough is enough and that you're not going to accept critical race theory, including all of this other shit, and then them telling you that it's all the same shit. No, it's not. No, it's not. We've been very consistent tonight. So I think that having these spaces keeps us consistent. Cis is a slur. Make it a hashtag. Black first.